Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Hey everybody, welcome and happy Saturday. It's your boy Chris Avalon and welcome to a brand new episode. Hold on now, because I gotta make sure the microphone is all good. Okay, we good. Welcome to Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show where we talk about all things going on in pop culture and hot topics. So if that is a show for you, we got a lot to say. I know I've been missing the action for a couple of days, but I was like, I'm gonna make it up to y'all on this Saturday. So we got to talk about Kristi Noem cross-dressing husband and how much money he was paying for them online models to be, with the bimbofication situation and how women who identify as bimbos are upset. I'm like, first of all, I'd have kept that to myself. If you want, if you don't want to be out here identifying as a bimbo, I don't think that's a positive. But everybody got their own thing. Speaking of which, Don Lemon is talking about running for president and said that he could run the country better than Trump. We're going to get into that. Ebro is out here crying to my he can't get A-list celebrities to pop up on his YouTube show now that he's no longer at Hot 97. I don't want to gloat, but that Blake Lively case, we going to get into that because I am cackling over the fact that old entitled See You Next Tuesday lost a lot of the things he was trying to put forward, and it looked like things are going good for Justin Baldoni. So we'll get into that story. Plus, we got to talk about how, speaking of crocodile crying, crocodile tears, Chilli out here all upset because all that backlash she getting and she can't take it because she's been outed as a maggot. So we'll get into that. Plus, we got to talk about some housewives news. Porsha Williams is talking about her relationship with a woman. Kim Zolciak lost custody of them children because she didn't go to therapy. Britney Spears, speaking of children taking advantage, Sean Preston out here all of a sudden decided to change his last name to Spears, even though he was born a Federline, because all of a sudden now he's in good graces with his mother. I'll get into that story. Plus, sibling rivalry it seems to be between Brandy and Ray J. She's saying she's distancing herself from her messy ass brother. Tyra Banks, they told my word on the curb is that when they do revive this show for Cycle 25, they may ditch her and bring in a new face. I have my thoughts on that. Amber Riley says she is not going back to Broadway until the culture changes. Mel B is explaining why there's no Spice Girls documentary. She said all the girls got to be honest, and we're going to do a real documentary. I got some tea on that. Perez Hilton is on his apology tour now that he almost had a near-death experience. And we got, speaking of death, we have some sad news from the world of Drag Race. We lost the queen before the show even aired. So Drag Race Philippines, that is. So we'll get into that and a whole lot more. So before we get to those topics, if you could please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Also be sure to smash the notification bell so that we know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Helps with the algorithm, helps push the show out to other people who may not be aware of the mess that we talk about on this show and all that good stuff. Also, we have memberships, we got super chats. So if you want to share your love that way, you could definitely do that. But if the best way I would say in the freest of ways is hit that like and the subscribe and all that good stuff if you like what we do over here and show your support. Please and thank you. Now let me put that in because I got to put in the comments. Saw an image of Coleman hitting Michael with a belt. This due because the public treated his brothers as a backup band in his solo career. Well, I forgot to do a story on this or look it up, but I'm hearing that the Michael movie is tracking to do some big financial numbers at the box office. So the movie's going to be a huge hit, which I'm not surprised because it's Michael Jackson. But maybe I'll do that story for Monday when we come back because I did see that some of the other channels and things were talking about it, and I was like, I can give my overall thoughts on that, but I'm not surprised at the whole Michael Jackson thing. My thing is, I don't know, I'm still side-eyeing that movie because the same man that wrote Bohemian Rhapsody, and y'all know I hated that freaking movie because of how they watered his story down. They're gonna, I feel the same thing with the Michael Jackson movie. I mean, Joe was always seen as like a monster, even though he gave us some of the most talented members of in like a group of guys in music history. Like we got so much great talent that came out of the Jacksons. Well, them mostly being Michael and Janet, but all of them as a collective, sort of. Cash Says Cash says hot. Oh, please. I saw that and I turned him off immediately. I didn't even hear his review. I read the comments. I was like, okay, Queen, get off my line. And then talking about there was no memorable lines. No memorable lyrics. Excuse me? They want to fuck Slater, Richard. We should link later. That is not a memorable line. Excuse you, sir. You really need to get out more. Because I was like, okay, that's clever. Like Richard link later. Look it up. That's why I was like, okay, sir. You don't know what the hell you talking about. He need to retire. Not Anthony Fat to know. He said gave her worst girl in America a 6 out of 10. That's why I said he has no. Oh, please. They said, and one of the comments said clearly he didn't get gay off that tequila. When I saw that, I did laugh. Boomer Shooter says, hi, favorite movie. Oh, there's so many, but if I had to choose, I would say The Matrix. And that's always going to be the top one for me. And another hello, hello, hello. Also, good morning from California. Oh, yeah, because it is like what, 10 o'clock over there? Oh, and I'm wearing the shirt you got me, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame shirt. Oh, okay. Well, you repent first. Take all that Jesus shit and shove it up your ass. So don't come in here with that with that shit. Oh, he said he gave Kylie Minogue's Tension album 3 stars, saying it's not for you. Like, what are you talking about, Willis? Sitting there talking about um it's too gay for heteros. I mean, everything ain't for y'all. We already know that Kylie Minogue is for a specific audience. It's older people, it's little kids, it's gays, particularly, and women. A lot of heterosexual. I mean, there's very few. I think there are some heterosexual men out there that like Kylie Minogue, but he's so annoying. I would think so. I mean, Slater definitely does. She's very much a gay man in a woman's body. So, I mean, maybe he wanted her to go back to the more pop stuff, but yeah, he and yeah, that's why I can't with some of these reviewers. Y'all be getting on my root canal nerve. That's why I said I saw it when he posted it up, but then I was like, I'm not even going to hear what he got to say. Let me read the comments and see what the people were saying. And the comments was way more entertaining than him. So I was like, I'm not even going to dignify his video with a response. I'm gonna just delete it from my history and move on. Cleveland is excited that I'm wearing this shirt. Anyway, you said Super Mario. Oh, please. I heard the movie is trash. He might be. I mean, quiet as it's kept, I would hit it, but I mean, I wouldn't kick him out of bed. But you're wrong with your review, if that is true. Not I was like, every song on that album is about, and then I was like, and funny enough, there's been like I watched 2 interviews with Slater that were like an hour long. I think his name is Nicky Reardon, little gay white boy. He's cute. Did an interview with her. Then there was another guy that did an interview with her too. I can't remember, but as like once you start watching videos, then all of a sudden you get the recommendations. And there's been these long, full length interviews that I've been living for, and all the breakdowns and one of the heavy. The funny enough, I don't think a lot of people know this, but the guy that's in the picture with her, the one that was been a couple of her videos, also in the artwork of the album. The guy, would you see the baseball cap? I didn't know he was a drag queen, and she mentions that in the interview and like the conversations and stuff, like putting the album together and the ideas and all that stuff. I just love that it's giving, like, it's kind of taking us back to those Tumblr days of like no budget, where okay, pop me out in the street, we'll just film something, or a green screen behind me and we'll just come up with some crazy video. Remember when MIA used to do that back in the day before she became problematic? She would make like these weird videos in front of like a green screen. They would film it. Her, Charlie XCX, all of them was doing stuff like that. I miss those. I was gonna say I miss those days, but it seemed like we're going back to the no budget music video, which I think is way more entertaining than spending $5 million on some video that y'all ain't gonna care about in a year. Watch MSG get downgraded to the theater. Can you imagine? Oh, that'd be embarrassing. First of all, the Infosys Theater, which is what it's called actually. Um we only house 3,000 people in there. So if she was to do that, I mean, I wouldn't be upset because quiet as it's kept. When you look at Pussycat Dolls is not on the same level of like a Danity Kane, not even a Fifth Harmony, a Destiny's Child, any of the girl groups that came out back then. They weren't popping like that. Yeah, they had a couple of songs, but I feel like the drama between the group overshadowed the music. And after a while, all the music started sounding alike, and they've never really like headlined a tour. And y'all took too many years off in between. So when the generations were coming up listening to Gaga and all these other girls, y'all were kind of like missing in action. Speaking of MIA, missing in action. Um, y'all was kind of like missing in action. So I feel like, yeah, this tour I don't think is really gonna sell. I feel like it was a big swing y'all took, very ambitious swing y'all took. I don't know many people that's interested in trying to spend the type of and first of all, how y'all even trying to ask for Beyonce, Gaga, even Cardi B type dollars for this tour? You can't be out here charging people $700 to $1,000 a seat for to see somebody sing Buttons and Don't Ya with three girls, one singer and two backup dancers. Like what the hell is that? It's giving very much um I don't want to call nobody out, so I'm not even going to do that because I like a lot of the girls that's like like down in the thing, but it's giving very much okay. Singer who been in like had a career for like 25 years that does a couple of club nights. Like that's what it's giving. Like y'all just you can't be out here asking for that kind of money. You can't be asking $1,000 a seat or $3,000 for the floor for people to come see you singing a couple of songs. Hence why you need to have. And then on top of that, how you got Little Kim and Maya on there? Now I live for Little Kim because I was living for her when she came out when Cardi B brought her out at MSG in New York. And then I live for Maya. I've seen Maya perform live at the Queens of R&B tour with SWV and Escape. She ate down. However, when you do that, ma'am, it's the toy swing old. And that kind of is reading myself because I'm in my 40s and so are these ladies, except Kim. Kim is in her 50s. But Maya's in her 40s. Pussycat Dolls is in their 40s. And it's teetering 40. If maybe y'all would have kind of switched it up and brought like maybe the younger generation in, like a Zara Larson who is popping right now, and or Ava Mack who could definitely use a career boost, especially with her independent side, and or maybe even a Slater, even though Slater was out here opening for Kesha. Um, that would have probably been cool if y'all would have did that, but I don't know. It's just this tour is just not doing it for me. I mean, if it happens at the Garden and I'm scheduled to work it, of course I'll give my opinion. But y'all took a big swing, and you better hope and pray y'all can recoup all them ticket sales, which I don't think y'all will, especially in the United States. MIA was a trailblazer. Sad she's going ape shit now. She definitely got a lot of great records. I love a lot of her music. She's about to I don't know if y'all know this, but she is the opening act for Kid Cudi's upcoming tour, which that's coming to the Garden. So she's gonna be there as an opening act. We'll see how that goes. PCD is definitely bigger than DK and 5H. What makes you think differently? Really? I don't think so. I mean, in certain places, not everywhere. They're not worldwide. They're not a global group. First of all, they never really did a tour in the United States on their own. So I don't think they're that big. Gaga opened for them, and Nicole as did Rihanna, said, "No way a Madonna wannabe is gonna win people over." She did New Generation, that was kids and teen. And funny enough, the thing that with Gaga is that and I liked her, and this is what I liked before she started doing all that pompous, very nose in the air type shit. Like she was better than everybody at one point. Well, I'm nothing like Madonna because I play instruments. I'm like, she plays instruments too. She plays the guitar and she played the drums in the Breakfast Club. That was the band she was in before she became Madonna. Do your history, ma'am. So just because you play the piano, which I also play, and yeah, your vocals are vocally, you are a stronger singer. I'm not going to take that from you. But a lot of the pop gimmicks was very much Madonna esque. A lot of the showmanship was Madonna esque, and that's what we were talking about. So, um, and Lorianne Gibson will admit, and she did admit back in the day, that she modeled a lot of Gaga's early performance style from early Madonna. So we're not going to sit up here and pretend that that wasn't the case. I got a good memory when I need to. When I got to dig up in this Virgo file to pull out a little something for a receipt and some evidence, I will do it. So, you said, yeah. So, well, Nicole didn't know what the hell she was talking about. Because one of the things I'll say about Gaga, I remember the first time I saw Lady Gaga perform live, and that was when she was on So You Think You Could Dance. And she did Just Dance. And I was like, okay, this girl's going somewhere, because she had the props, she had the cute costume, she was doing the simple choreography, the song was popping. And I was like, okay, I could definitely see this girl's going to blow up. And then she started doing it. And the smart thing she was doing was she would do like little shows here and there. She was popping up in the gay clubs. I need a lot of you pop acts to get back to that. Y'all need to get in them gay clubs, and y'all need to start doing shows like how they did back in the day when I was growing up. When Britney had an album coming out, when Janet had an album coming out, when all these girls had an album coming out, and they knew where their bread was buttered, they came up in the gay clubs and they performed. Specifically, R.I.P. Splash, but that was one of the spots that they would go up in. And I used to live in Splash. Hence why when I got sent that video by Onyx, I believe, a couple of months ago, maybe last year, when he sent me that video of Splash and all that other stuff, I was like, child, that is a memory. Those were some memories. We had some good spots back in the day, like the 90s and the 2000s. That's when New York City clubs was popping. TLC is selling out. All that's left is 200 seats. It depends on where they're going. I've heard that they are selling out in certain spots, but they are struggling a bit. I got that story when it comes to Happy Saturday to Sailor Mermaid. It's giving recession with just three bitches. It kind of is. Onyx is in the building. Or a BB Rexo, who's super huge again in gay world with new religion. I'm trying so hard to get behind her, but I don't know. You guys have plans on this lovely day. Well, my plan is I'm doing this show. I was gonna go out, but I'm like, I'm in one of those moods where I don't want to be around people. So I'm probably just gonna stay home. But um I'm working tomorrow. Danny Kane was super smart to do clubs and theaters. Exactly. And that's what they should have did. It's like what you should. The smart thing to do would have been, let's do small spots like a Hammerstein or Roseland or even a Webster Hall, which is what Danny Kane did. Let's do small venues, get some feelers, see how people respond, and if they're responding, then we drop some new music. We do the bigger shows, because there was, I forget who was doing that. There was an artist that was doing that. It was like, I'm gonna do small venues because it's been a minute since I've been out. And then because of the reception, then I expanded to arenas and all other stuff. And that's what y'all should have did. Everybody think they could sell out a damn arena. It's like, ma'am, you're a bit delulu right now. Lorianne admitting ripping off Madonna. She was immediately fired because Gaga had to be pissed that her secret ingredient was spilled. I mean, any one of us with eyes kind of knew that that's what was happening, but apparently Gaga was getting better reviews than PCD when, well, she was the better performer. She had the better songs. Any idea counts. Keep dreaming. Mm-hmm. Every idea does count. Behind me, no. It makes me so happy when anyone that was there talks about Gaga in 2008, what I would do to experience the rise. So I feel like, you know what, when people try to throw shade and talk about like when they make them old comments, and this, that, and the other, and it's like, okay, and I've been around for a long time. At least when I have these conversations, I can spill on, I was there at a time. I remember this time. A lot of people, unfortunately, don't have that ability to say that. I remember when I first seen her, and you just felt like when their career was on the rise or whatever, it's like, why can't we talk about that? I was there. I remember when Just Dance came out, the promo for the Fame. I just knew she was going to be big. And that's why you can always, sometimes you always feel that when you look at certain people's like, I could definitely see this person's going to blow up. I don't understand why it's so hard to admit that your inspiration comes from someone you admire. First of all, everybody takes inspiration from somebody. And that's the thing that annoys me. People act like they woke up one morning and just invented everything. I'm like, first of all, you're not Isaac Newton. Calm the fuck down. And you did not invent art or whatever. Everybody takes inspiration from someone. And the thing is, my thing is how you interpret the inspiration. You take the inspiration and you make it your own. How do you value and see it and dress it up and put it in the way you need to put it up? And that's the way that it should be. Not feeling a sense of shame because, oh, you took that because people online who had no reference to anything. Oh, you stole that from so and so. I didn't steal shit. I was inspired by it. To me, that's a sign of insecurity and intentionally deceitful. Which is kind of like what people accusing Taylor Swift of being. That showgirl chick that came out and filed that lawsuit. I don't know if y'all heard about that. Where Taylor Swift be acting like she be inventing something like, sir, I mean, ma'am, you ain't that damn clever. Stop it. Hello to you. You said the music critic, you won 100. Yo, you are so wait. You said you want a hunch mention Slater's Ray Sheesh past. Oh, you're saying racist. She had a racist past? I didn't even know that. Well, then again, I'm like, she's from the, you know what? That kind of was in the back of my mind. I'm like, has she ever been accused of some racist shit? Because if you was, I'm like, I ain't surprised because she's from the Midwest. But ma'am, if that is true, you better clear that up. You talking about in this review for WGI Massacre. Funny enough, we was just talking. I don't know if you just came in late, but we were just talking about, okay, if you say hi one more damn time, you said it like 4 times already. Um, I forgot what I was gonna say. Anyway, Madonna and Gaga was super close, but the Gaga lied and said she got Madonna's blessing for born this way. But when Liz, Madonna's publicist, said that what email, there's no blessing, I would be sick if people kept mentioning. But look, first of all, what she should have did is she should have watched old interviews of Kylie Minogue because before there was a Gaga, there was a Kylie Minogue, and Kylie Minogue kept getting the Madonna comparisons. And every time they would try to get her to come out of character, she was smart enough to be like, I love Madonna. I grew up listening to her music. There's similarities, but we're two different individuals in a lot of what we do. And that is true. Kylie is very much far more camp and fun. It doesn't get all political and all the other stuff in her music. It's sort of like she puts a smile on your face. She's a showgirl. She gets up there, she does her performances. She got her crazy choreography and her fabulous costumes and the stage and all that. Like she's an icon of her own right. So, but the similarities is yeah, they do pop music, they have a large gay audience, and they do extravagant live performances. So that's where the buck stops. But musically, two different artists. So just own it and move on from it. And then they people kept with the comparison. Now they don't even ask about it anymore. Now they don't bring it up. Now the only Madonna conversation that comes up with Kylie is when y'all gonna collaborate. That's the only thing that comes between them now. You said instead of admitting the truth, she said Whitney Houston. Child bye. You know damn well Whitney was not your influence. You said she was like 15 when the tweets came out. Now the question remains is this: do we handle her like we did Camila Cabello, or does she get a pass? Because I'm like, you can't be racist, but out here doing rap and hip hop and stuff in your music, because that's for black folks. I never understand that. Like a lot of white people jump into black spaces and use a lot of black art to do what they do, but then they be racist at the same time. I don't get that. I love how they got to be creative with that word because YouTube. She had a whole harmonizer directioner Stan Twitter account back in 2014. Was that the name Camilca Cabello? That's actually funny. I'm like, not you up in here using Camila Cabello name to spew racist shit. He said for a lot of people in their 40s and 50s, it did scream, Jonta. Christina was happy that Not Myself Tonight was, and that was what I think hurt Christina too, because when she was coming out with Bionic, Gaga was working on The Fame, and their music started sounding a little similar. So people looked at Christina like she was ripping her off. Slater was a Camila Cabello stan and would call Normani slut. Oh, speaking of which, I heard Normani out here releasing. I mean, saying that she want to release new music. Where I was like, "Oh, girl, go pay it. Ain't nobody out here waiting for Biermann to release new music." Ethel Cain is another one. She was, oh yeah, I got an Ethel Cain story coming up later on in the show. Like Candy back in 2017, she did apologize, but she's also from the South. So it is like a lot of these Southerners, Midwestern people, a lot of them, as Ethel posted her. Oh, I saw it. That's the story we're gonna be talking about later, and it's still up there, yeah. Posted them twig and berries a few days ago, and Instagram still hasn't taken it down. You might want. No, I saw it. I told you there's a story. I got that. That is one of the stories we have later on coming up later on in the show. I'm a flop, but you're a flop, but I love Bionic. First of all, I love the album too. It was a little over bloated with too many damn songs. See, I knew you was gonna be in here saying that because I always come in here and throw shade at Normani. And that person tried it. If you thought he was gonna spell out that N word on my channel and get a fucking way with it. Because you gotta and no is wrong. That's why you had to put in each letter going down the thing. But that queen been banned. Ooh. And you said had super fun with my taxes. Be so late with my taxes. That'd be a good line to write. That's a bar. I'll be so late with my taxes. Oh yeah, she does have a new album coming out. Shout out to Miss Olivia. It'd be interesting to see how many nights she's gonna do at the Garden. Because remember, for Gut, she only did 4 nights at the Garden, and I worked 3 out of the 4. So I do wonder if she's gonna do like another big tour, but it's probably not going to happen until maybe 2027 or later in the year once Harry Styles and his 30 dates is done. I'm thinking. But that's good to know. You learn something new every day. That's why I'm glad a lot of y'all Gen Zers keeping me abreast of it because I don't be knowing about people past and stuff. I'll be doing the dirt, the digation. But I'm glad you informed me on her with that Camilla Stan account because I didn't even know that was a thing. But anyway, we are literally damn near a half hour in the show, and we didn't even get to the first topic yet. So without further ado, but keep the comments coming. You know how we do on this show. We have more, it's more of a conversation type of thing. It's not just let me spew this celebrity news and gossip and get on to the next thing. It's a conversation show. Sidebar, what did y'all think of before we get to the show? Because this is not part of the docket. What did y'all think of last night's episode of RuPaul's Drag Race with Good Morning Bitches? I've been saying for the longest, they really need to turn that into a show. I don't know if it'd be on network TV because ain't nobody out here really watching network TV. It's like the only number one show on television that's a chat fest is The View. They just dropped the numbers for that, and y'all like all that kids table Zionist propaganda that they be spewing on that network. But Good Morning Bitches, I definitely would love to see a morning show with drag queens. That'll be a lot of fun. Me watching, I was like, Juicy going home. Juicy and Nene, who I also want to hunch, was gonna be in the bottom because they had no chemistry. And Darlene was hilarious. I know a lot of people was like, why is she still on the show? But she had me cackling in that thing. And I forgot that Zane Phillips was out here hunching Freud Gutierrez. I was like, I forgot all about that part. That them two was out here hunching in real life. But it was good. I liked the dynamic. They were funny. She was bringing a whole lot of stuff and all this stuff. Yeah, I definitely like the cover art too. And I didn't know they were. And speaking of which, I didn't know they were going to make it just like 3 girls on Drag Race, and that was going to be it. I didn't have any idea that they were going to be doing that. That it was going to be just a top 3. So next week is the lip sync Lollapalooza with all the eliminated queens, and I was like, it's probably gonna be between. Funny enough, because if it's a performance piece, it's probably gonna the person who might win. And I'm thinking it's gonna be between. Why do I have a feeling it's gonna be between a Be a Star, Juicy face off again? Not I saw Ethel's piece. Why the girls gagging? I mean, There's girls out here who still got their man's toolbox. I mean, we'll get to that when we get to the story. So I need to discuss with you 4 scenes cut from Scream 7, final cut, added more plot and context. Only one I felt wasn't needed was the boyfriend putting Ghostface on to prank his girlfriend. Wait, what part was that? You said it wasn't needed was the boyfriend putting Ghostface on to prank his girlfriend. You talking about in the in the opening sequence? Or you know what scene wasn't needed? The part when they was in the car and he was doing the AI green screen thing with Stu. I'm like, this scene is so dumb. Y'all trying to sell it like it made sense. It didn't. No, it didn't fit with the scene. Like y'all were trying to sell it like the boyfriend was the killer. It is that I just want to see if I could make it a design. I wish I could see how I could do it in the. I'm like, what? No, I just wasn't buying it. And apparently, Madison died by being lit on fire after getting gasoline all over her. And Scream 7 is dating the Running Man lead actor. Oh, that's Glenn Powell's girlfriend. Good for her. Anyway, like, yeah, let's officially get into the show. 30 minutes in. Let's hit the banner. And without further ado, let's get into topic number one. And let's talk about Busty Noem, Kristi Noem's big tittied husband. So apparently, we're not freezing, are we? Hope, I mean, let me know in the comments. But yeah, let's talk about Busty Noem because apparently Busty Noem out here, we found out a little more tea in regarding the his little money trail. Because the thing is, he decided like a fool, he left the money trail of his shenanigans with these girls, these online models, while his wife is out here carrying with another person within the Trump situation. So Kristi Noem's cross-dressing husband, Byron Noem, paid online models up to $25 a minute to talk dirty to him and was a needy client with an unusual kink for yoga pants, according to one of the women. Well, we've seen the pictures of him in them yoga pants. And then he would also kind of put things to make his butt look bigger. Noem, a longtime husband of the former Homeland Security Secretary, was exposed this week for living a cross-dressing double life in the bimbofication fetish scene after the Daily Mail published salacious photos of Noem with the massive fake breasts. Lydia Love, a webcam model on the website Cam Soda. Oh, I heard of Cam Soda. I thought it was going to be something like Chatterbait, but no, it's Cam Soda. Or don't they like? Look, I know all the sites. Cam 4, Cam Soda, um, Chatterbait. Oh, those sites are legendary. Look, the girls gotta get their coin somehow. Definitely remembers Noam's face, but said there's no way I could ever forget the fake boobs. She told the Times of London of the 56-year-old father of three, who was one of her regular clients. The cam girl said Noam liked to play the submissive role in the chats, where he paid up to $25 a minute to women to talk dirty to him. Quote, he would try to talk more feminine. His kink was yoga pants. Love who is called, but wait, hold on. Love who is what's called a femdom in online communities, told the Times. That was like, it was hard to wrap my brain around that line. It said love, comma, who is what's called a femdom. I never heard of that. Or femdom. I think that's how it's pronounced, femdom. So I guess like a feminine woman who's very dominant towards people who are in that bimbo. Look, you learn something new every day. He wanted to be the star of the show and really show off. I would hype him up. I guess when you married to a real life bimbo who got all that shit in her face looking like something out of DuckTales, um, and you're not getting all the attention because you kind of taking more of the submissive role, meaning that you stayed at home to take care of the kids while she's running around trying to be Miss Political Polly, and she's taking more of the leading man of the house role. Then I guess your kink is, oh, I want to be, I want to dress up as a woman. I want to have the big boobs and all the other stuff. It's sad because the reality I've come to notice is that a lot of these Republicans like to point around and talk about gay people and you're going to hell and you're an abomination, this, that, and the other. You're mad because the gays out here living their life as their true, authentic selves, and y'all don't have the cojones to do it. So you got to go up in your house and you got to put fake titties on and yoga pants and pleasure yourself pretending to be something that you weren't born as. But the trans people is the problem and this, that, and the other. When it's like, I always say every projection is a confession. Every time you point one finger at that person, the other four are pointing back at yourself. So I think the more embarrassing, fuck Kristi Noem. I don't give a good goddamn how she feels about the situation, because the way she's been running around, and when she was running our Department of Homeland Security and treating immigrants and the LGBTQIA plus community and everybody else who was a marginalized member because she wanted to be a loyalist to this psychotic ass regime. I don't feel for her. Let that woman wallow in her embarrassment. And I would not be surprised if that orange turd, I don't even know what color that man is anymore, because that ain't even orange. That's soot at this point. I don't even know. I would not be surprised if Trump basically had a hand in leaking that information and trying to be, oh, that's so sad. I can't believe that. But child, y'all knew what was going on up in there. Y'all know all the secrets. Why do you think that old Lady G, Lindsey Graham, is running around here going so hard for Trump? The other day, he was walking outside to the car with a drink in his hand. I kid you not, walking real funny. I said, "What? You just got finished getting your a-hole railed at a 5-hour come dump in a sling?" Which I wouldn't even want to imagine that. But I would not be surprised that that's what that Butch Quint. Well, he's not even Butch. That Southern Belle is out here doing. That's what refer to him as. So it's sad to see, like, this is what y'all out here doing in this day and age, and y'all can't be on point y'all selves, because he went and married their childhood sweethearts, and you can't tell me looking at that man that he don't give you homosexual face. He definitely has gay face. And it's sad when a lot of these men from a certain era and a certain age just can't be themselves. So you're gonna marry a woman, have a bunch of kids, live that whole, what's the word they call lavender lifestyle. Y'all want to sit out here and live the lavender life? Because I'm sure she knew that her husband's a big old faggot. Like, come on now. But that's why she running around here allegedly spreading them bony ass legs for another man while she is married. But of course, the Republicans, y'all gonna look the other way on that. But let me tell you, if this was Nancy Pelosi dealing with this shit, and don't get me wrong, I don't particularly care for Nancy either, but I'm just saying, if it's the other side, if it was Nancy Pelosi husband that was caught wearing big old titties and on cam soda, pleasuring himself and pretending he was, you know, dressing in drag and doing the hula while pleasuring himself, y'all would not let this would be 20, this would be like a 24-hour loop on Fox News. So it's funny how it's the hypocrisy of when one of y'all own get y'all hands caught in the cookie jar, all of a sudden y'all got something. The goalpost gets moved. The energy is different. So then they said specifically he liked to wear yoga pants and a tight shirt, and his love ordered him to bend over, spank himself, and flaunt what she called the largest prosthetic breast she's ever seen. Told the Daily Beast. She described Noem as an extremely needy client who needed ample praise and feedback. He could be frustrating during the chat sessions, which typically, excuse me, lasted about 10 minutes. She said because he was not very good at being submissive. Okay. The problem is that he was constantly trying to direct the cam girls to tell him what to do. If you want to be dominated by a woman, let me dominate you. Why are you telling me to tell you to do all this? That is true. It's like, if you want me to dominate you, you got to let me dominate you in the way that I'm going to dominate you. You can't direct me into what you're doing, because you're the one who's being dominant. You're not being submissive. You have to do what I tell you. That's the definition of domination. Don't ask me how I know, but a little inside tea of what I be doing in the bedroom sometimes, depending on who I'm hunching. But so it's like, then they said, but what stands out the most, she said, is the comically large balloon breasts that were plastered all over the news this week, and what immediately led her to recognize Noem when the leaked photos began circulating online. And what I don't get is this: if you don't want to be found out, why would you put your face all up in the cam? Like, you really thought that nobody would recognize you and nobody would spill your tea, especially when allegedly he was spending a lot of money and the money wasn't really the checks wasn't cashing. Hence why the blackmail and all the leakations and stuff was coming out, because your addiction, your sexual addiction, got bigger than you, and you were writing checks that your ass literally couldn't cash. And so here we are, and now this is where all this tea is coming out. But I find it interestingly convenient that all this is coming out around the time when Kristi Noem got fired from, and now we got Pam Bondi, bobblehead dumbass, also fired after she was literally over there. Please, Mr. President, don't fire me. Like, she was up in there begging. If she could bring her knee pads and suck the dementia out that man's dick, Trust and believe she would have did it to keep that job. But he was like, no, because y'all making me look bad. When quiet as is kept, you making yourself look bad. Can't nobody make you look bad better than you. Or I guess they wasn't being extreme enough for what he wanted, or that other lunatic, Stephen Miller. Or should we start calling him by the drag queen name? Even though I like Mayhem Miller, but he is literally Mayhem Miller. Literally with the mayhem, but not Mayhem Miller like the drag. You know what I'm saying? So Lydia Love actually posted this on her social media. Lydia Love XXX said, when the news broke, I recognized him as one of my clients because I have never seen a sissy sub have bigger knockers than him. So that was a retweet in a comment that she put in there. Now, she said that she does not believe Noem could hide his unique fetish from his wife, which is typical in her experience with married clients. Saying he didn't just wake up 2 years ago and start talking to cam girls about wanting to be a woman. This is what she told the Daily Beast. A lot of the wives know, and either they're in denial or they have a really secretive partner. The adult star suspected Noem may have been trying to emulate his wife, who has been open about undergoing cosmetic sis, we have eyes. We could literally see that ain't the woman that he married. That face, that's about 8 faces later. Like, we could definitely look at Kristi Noem and see that if you ever pulled up her high school pictures, that ain't the bitch he married. That lady literally looks like something out of like one of the masks in The Purge. Literally is how she out here. Her, Laura Loomer, they all got that MAGA Mar-a-Lago face. That's what we be calling it. So, of course, Kristi knew. So when you're saying, like, there's no way in hell, because I'm sure she was smelling all that silicone up in that house, and then not just reeking from her damn face and wherever else she had the surgeries at. But I'm sure he got a little chest somewhere with, chest, emphasis on the chest, pun intended. He got a chest full of chest, and all that smell, that rubber, silicone, whatever the hell that is, reeks from the shit. There's no way she didn't know what her husband was doing or what he was into. The fact of the matter was, she probably didn't care because she had her own thing going on. And that is the alleged affair that she's dealing with, which when she was questioned about it in front of Congress, they do this, let me just go in and talk 80 miles an hour without taking a breath. And it's like, okay, well, so you saying all this gibberish, but you didn't answer the question. Answer the question, Claire. Answer the question. Where I get that from? Points if you know what movie I got that from. Answer the question, Claire. It's like, let me know if, like, is it a yes or a no? Which we know is a yes. She was out here laying alone and spreading while with another man, which is why she allowed her husband to be out here living out his little trans fantasy, whatever you want to call it. I don't know if he wants to be trans. I definitely think it's just he's a man in the closet that just want to explore his feminine side, but because of society, he's had to play at this alpha macho whole kind of aesthetic because it's what society has bestowed upon him as a white man in America of a certain age. So that's what I'm thinking about it. Now, if you do want to be trans, by all means, the only way we're gonna know is if you come out and say it. Because look, Caitlyn Jenner, look how long it took her to become her, a mess, looking like a busted down Jessica Lange. So yeah. Oh, I forgot to put this picture because this is the most iconic. The dog is gagging in the corner, like what the? Like that's literally what the dog is giving. Looking at Byron, which the other day I will make a correction. I called him Byron, which I just did. His name is Brian. Bryon. So I've been saying his name wrong all the time. I was like, why are you spelling your name like that's why? So I had a little dyslexic moment and I was calling him Byron, but his name is actually Brian Noem. So I just had to correct that mistake because I wasn't able to do that in the last video. It was bothering me as I was putting the video together. And I'm like, I'm saying his name wrong, but it's Brian. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. You know how we Virgos do. We tend to beat ourselves up. We make the iota, like the smidges of mistakes. But anyway, so I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story about Brian Noem out here being a mess? And I don't think I finished because they said she also suspects Noem could have wanted his secret life. That's why I said I think he wanted to be found out, and she's saying it too. She also suspects Noem could have wanted his secret to be exposed because a lot of the sissies are into blackmail fetish too. Noem paid for Love's webcam services between 10 and 15 times over an 18-month to 2-year period, with their last encounter happening about 6 months ago. Noem mentioned that he was married, but never revealed his wife to be the former head of Department of Homeland Security, according to Love, who said she never let him talk about his marriage. She said, I shut that down. I didn't want to talk about it. We mainly chatted in small talk. He would say, today wasn't the best, but I'm excited for right now. So that was his way of getting this thing out. But I definitely think he wanted to be found out. Because if you didn't, a lot of times when you don't want your tea to be spilled, what you will do, you'll probably wear shiesty over your face so nobody sees what you look like a lot of this goon porn that be coming out with these little DL boys where you be seeing them with the little shiesty on their face while they're getting their meat popsicle polished by some femme queen with a big old ass and a small waist. I'm being real specific about the type of corn that be popping up on the social media. And or and in those situations, or he would have just showed like half from the neck down. Even though I don't know if the dominant chick would have been for that, but I'm like, if I'm paying you a couple of things a minute, I wouldn't want to be showing my face. Or you could have just found ways to try to disguise. But I think he wanted to be caught. So I'm sure more tea will be spilled about this. And you know what? I'm cackling over the fact that these people, these hypocrites, when they want to sit up here and call people out on how they live in their life without bothering any damn body, when y'all fake ass Jesus freaks, who are the biggest freaks behind closed doors and the biggest hypocrites, get exposed. Same shit with Candace Cameron Bure had the unmitigated gall to get up on social media somewhere. She was talking about, I just stumbled inside of a swingers party. First of all, bitch, nobody just stumbles inside of a damn swingers party. There was an invite only. So you and your husband was out here carrying, and the fact of the matter was you try to dress it up in a way that, I was just walking and I just did a little twirl. I did a Kenya Moore twirl into a room, and all of a sudden, a bunch of people's up in there fucking and sucking and licking and flicking, doing all that mess. I'm like, ma'am, who are you? Who leg is you pissing on and pretending that it's rain coming from the sky? Like that is not how swinger parties work. You don't just stumble in them. You got to pay money or it's invite. In a lot of those type of situations, especially if you're doing a sex party, whatever the case is. They ain't no free parties I ever been to where you didn't know where the fuck you was ended up. So stop it. So you conservative, you fake ass conservatives, y'all kill me with all the pomp and circumstance and the lies and the bullshit and hypocrisy. So yeah, expose them. And I'm loving TMZ for saying that they're going to get more into the political stuff. Maybe because I guess the tides is turning on a certain regime. So now all of a sudden Harvey want to kind of go against the people, the very man he voted for. So now we get into exposing politicians. Can y'all do Lady G next? Because we need his tea spilled. That his little gay warmongering ass. So I definitely want to hear from y'all, whatever your thoughts are on this messy story. Let me know in the comments down below. I was like, where I go? Oh. Drewski already did well. People just made an assumption that he did Erica Kurt, but allegedly. Do you think that's why Kristi Noem began to get a lot of plastic surgery? Probably to please her husband, because that was kind of like what he wanted. After the R-rated cut, the unrated version was only for its limited run, becoming lost media. Who the hell is AI? And you said her dog spirit getting revenge. Okay. Definitely. The timing of that scandal coincided with Pam Bondi getting fired. Notice how her firing is very much muted. And why is it that Trump's only firing women? These women was running around here thinking that man cared about them. It was like, no, y'all the first to go. And now I'm hearing he's really talking about cleaning house. Pete Kegg's breath is worried that he's about to lose his position. He can go back to Fox News and continue to spew propaganda. Also, Big Eyes, that Indian queen, Ass Patel is another one. because he'd rather be a frat boy than running the FBI. Which I just the fact that they got all these unqualified people running, these highly classified positions. A year ago, Kylie headlined MSG for 2 sold out nights, and it was a good damn show. Oh, I didn't listen to it yet because I haven't been. I really haven't been listening to music. I'll listen to it tomorrow because I'm going to be out. But yeah, I haven't listened to it yet. I'll let you know on Monday. He said the R women disrespect women of color, but will tan their skin. L players, they're the main ones. Because I feel like a lot of times they despise black women and their features, so they're envious of it. So they want to go out and they want to get it. Y'all get the lip injections, the spray tanning, and all this other stuff, and then you get these black men that run for that because it's like you're giving a little of them, huh? Why do you call them queens? Because they are. And you said, I heard. Well, yeah, I've heard Tulsi Gabbard might be next too. The word on the street is he definitely clear. But I'm like, who you gonna pick? Well, then again, whoever he picks is always gonna be worse than the last person. And I think he was also upset because Pam couldn't prevent all the Epstein files from getting out. But sir, that was inevitable. Like she wasn't gonna be able to prevent. Oh, you said that YouTube kept deleting my comment, which you was writing. You might have to get a little more creative. Oh, was that this one? Was what they kept deleting? Yeah, because when it comes to that R word, you got to be creative with how which is why some people was in here was spelling it different ways to get beyond the algorithm. Because I don't like that YouTube comes in here and it's like neutering what people say. If you're trying to say something of value, but then there's other people that come in these comments spewing racist shit, and then and I be having to block them, like that one from earlier. All right, now speaking of politics, let's talk about Don Lemon. So Don Lemon is running around in these streets talking about he want to run for president. Well, I think he was doing an interview or something or another, and said that he definitely would consider running for public office. So let's get into that because I got some thoughts. So with the 2028 presidential election inching closer every day, Don Lemon is the latest public figure to flirt with running for office. The CNN alum recently teased it could happen as he feels confident he would definitely run this country better than Donald Trump, although Lemon is unsure about running as a Democrat. So what you gonna run as an independent? You already know how this country treats anybody that doesn't fall within the lines of the corporate centrist Democrat, which is what you have people like Gavin Newsom trying to straddle that fence, or you got to be on the other side with the Republicans like a Trumper or whatever the case is. Even though I do feel like Trumpism is on its way out, but I do feel like what is on the rise, and people aren't really paying attention to this, is that a lot of the young people are into people like Nick Fuentes. So a lot of the Nick Fuentes, like the white nationalism stuff, I do notice that has been on the rise. And a lot of people do agree with a lot of stuff he's saying. So while people are pissed off at this moron in the White House, and he is the mascot, because racism and all that stuff has existed in this country. It's been festering, it's manifested for a long time. And then people, those same people, when you call them out on being like, well, I voted for Obama. So the fuck did Chilli. Because that was her excuse. Oh, I voted for Obama twice. Okay. And that means you still can't be a tap dancing coon because you voted for a black man twice. But then you over here reposting pictures of post stories about Michelle Obama being a man. So two things can be true. You can vote for somebody, but you can also still be low-key a self-hating coon, which is what she is and what sucker ass Smith is too. Because he's another one talking about that if he runs, that he will beat Gavin Newsom. I'm saying for who? Like you run as a Democrat? Because I'm confused. Because the way you be out here tap dancing as of late, especially when he went on Bill Maher, and those two were showing how dumb they are with all the propaganda they were spewing. I posted that clip on my Facebook. I don't watch Bill Maher show because he's a clown, he's a joke, he's a Zionist, and I can't stand him. He's a smug piece of shit with like Scott Jennings. Is he still at CNN? Because I haven't been seeing him making the news lately. Like both of those two, I want to punch in the mouth. on site because of some of the dumb shit that they say. Um, but yeah, Don, I'll get into about overall thoughts about you in a second. But what like he said, he's unsure about running as a Democrat. He said, I've never said that I was going to grab anybody by the pussy. I never said that a woman had blood coming out of her, whatever, but also I'm not a white man. He explained on Pod Save America. Now, Pod Save America is a podcast that is run by two former Obama advisors. It's funny how he said he's not going to run as a Democrat, but you went on two former Obama advisors podcast and saying this mess. But anyway, so he says, and the rules are different for me, just like the rules, I believe, sadly, are different for women. They're different for Hillary, for Nikki Haley. Really? You're bringing up all these problematic ass women? They're different for Kamala Harris. He didn't say that, I did. And white men get away with way more than women or black people or any minority. The last part is true. He also added, do I ever think about it? Yes. Could it happen? Yeah, it could happen if the right opportunity presented itself. I think I could be president of the United States. I could definitely run this country better than Donald Trump. As an independent, though, there would be a hard time for me to run for anything because the way the system is set up, I'd have to choose a side. And so I probably would have to become a Democrat. And am I at that point now? No, I don't have the aspiration to become president, but I do think I could run this country better than Donald Trump. Well, quiet as it's kept, anybody could run. Like the shit that I just shat in the toilet from this morning would run this country better than Donald Trump. We already know the man's an idiot. He ran six of his businesses and like he went bankrupt six times. He bankrupted casinos. He's a failure. He wrote a book that allegedly he didn't write the book. So everything that Trump touches turns to poop. So anybody could pretty much run this country better than him, but people want this country run like a business, which if you pay attention to how the world is going now, which it's pissing me off that mainstream media isn't really showing the damage that is being done to this country by a lot of the what's the word? The when you well all the I was gonna say all the I don't know why the word is not coming to me right now, but all the decisions that you make, the repercussion, that was the word. Thank you. It finally came to me. The repercussions of what's happening in this country right now, I don't feel like people are grasping at how bad things are getting and where we are now in this country and the way the world is going and all this other stuff. But and because he's talking about gut Medicare so that when we continue funding a war, why are we sitting up here taking all these lives, but you weren't not worrying about the lives of the people here? So a lot of the stuff that he's saying and doing and stuff, it's pissing a lot of people off. His approval rating has gone even further down. I don't even understand how 39% of people still ride behind him. And we already know like 90% of the Trumpers are always going to support him regardless. And that's fine. If y'all want to continue to drink the Jim Jones Kool-Aid and be in the cult, be my guest. There's no helping y'all. Now, as far as like Don Lemon running for president? No, sir. First of all, a lot of stuff that you be saying on your show, and I'm glad you're independent and you're over there doing your thing on YouTube and you found a big audience and you've been able to say all the things that you couldn't say over there at CNN. But I do feel like a lot of your talking points are still stuck over there. You still got a bit of that centrist Democrat CNN isms in you still. I still feel like maybe those demons need to be exercised from you a little bit more. But the most part, I just don't feel like I can see a Don Lemon. Now, here's the thing: we already had a black president, and some people, I guess, feel like that's enough. I wouldn't mind if we had one again that actually was here for the people. Because remember, Obama did sell us on a lot of progressive Democratic stuff. We didn't really follow through on it, but he sold us on a lot of progressive Democrat ideologies, which is a lot of things that Zoran is doing now. But you have a lot of those centrist Democrats that are trying to sabotage and really make Zoran look bad, which is what sucker ass Smith and that five head he got in that receding hairline did recently on Zionist Mars show this past weekend. And people was eating his ass up online. Now that's why I said it was funny. Now this idiot still up in here who don't know dick about politics was up in here talking about that he could beat Gavin Newsom. I'm like, you can't. Who would be dumb enough to vote for sucker ass Smith? I would never vote for that. His old what was the character name? Samuel L. Jackson character in Django Unchained. That's what sucker ass Smith gives me every time he opened his mouth. Just loud and wrong about everything. You could barely even speak proper on sports, yet let alone now you want to jump into politics? Like Stick to the rivers and the lakes that you used to, which I don't even know what that is anymore. Because, like I said, you barely even know what the fuck you talking about with sports, and now you definitely don't know what the hell you talking about when it comes to politics. So, I just want somebody to get in office that really gives a good goddamn about people. And I feel like at this point, Democrats, y'all really need to let people, you really need to set up a message on what it is with 2028 literally right around the corner. We got the midterms, and we already know because the Republicans are going to lose the midterms, going to lose the House, possibly the Senate, and all this other stuff. Trump already knows all of this is in the cards. He's even said it out loud. But what is your message for 2028? It needs to be Medicare for all. You need to denounce yourself from APAC money, even though they're trying to find their ways to still get their hooks on Democratic nominees, and y'all keep losing. I think in so many ways, Democrats like losing. They get off on it because they're benefiting from the system. As Hakeem Jeffries' ugly ass and Humpback Schumer, as them too, because they're definitely benefiting from the bullshit that's going on, doing the bare minimum and benefiting financially. So one of the things, so I just don't know at this point, like, what is the message? Y'all it needs to be Medicare for all. There needs to be um raising the prices on wages, meaning that people have a living wage. The housing market prices need to come down because it is getting ridiculously pricey, which is what Zorn is trying to do in New York. But then we got all these rich folks who's trying to block all of that because they got their own things going on with real estate. So they're out here trying to sabotage and get in the way. And we got that old buck-tooth bitch, the governor that we got, who's getting on my damn nerves. She need to go. Although I just see like there was, I think she's running again, and she was running against a Republican, and she's beating him, which is fine. But we need other Democrats to come in and try to take her out because I don't like I forgot her damn name. Kathy Hochul. I can't stand her. She get on my damn nerves. She talk out of both sides of her damn mouth too. But we know what side of her bread is buttered. But yeah, Don. I mean, if anybody's going to run in the future, you need to have what your clear message is, what it is that you want, and you can't be the party of we hate Trump. That shit didn't work in the last term with Kamala, and it's not going to work in 2028. So we need to know what it is that you're going to bring that's going to be opposing or anti or against what they doing over there that's going to make the American people feel like we need to vote for y'all. It shouldn't be well, because I'm a Democrat that this is a take a vote for granted type situation, because no, my vote is not for sale, and I'm not automatically voting for you because you're a Democrat running for office. That's not how that works. You really need to sit down and convince me why I need to get my ass down to the polls and flick Democrat for your ass. So y'all really need to get out here and do some work, and don't think that just because, like what Obama said, oh, because what was it? Somebody said it. I think it was Biden that said, "Oh, you ain't black if you don't vote Democrat," or some shit like that. I'm like, sir, eat my ass with eat the shit out my ass with a spoon. That's what I wanted to say. But nevertheless, I'll say this: like I said before, any politician that's going to come forward as a Democrat, y'all really need to set forth what it is exactly that y'all are going to be running on to get people to come out and vote for y'all. You can't just be thinking, oh, we the party, we hate Trump, and thinking that that's going to be enough to get butts out there to vote for you to be the president of the United States. Now, do I see Don Lemon ever having a chance of being the president? Who knows? I mean, I don't even know if in my lifetime we'll ever get a homosexual president. I mean, if it is Don Lemon, of course he's gonna have to probably have a white husband, which he does. So maybe that would go down. But the fact of the matter is, the way this country is set up right now, and the way this country is exposed themselves, I cannot see the possibility of a homosexual running the country. Because people think that because Obama was the president, that would be enough. But so I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you think that Don Lemon has a chance in hell of being a president of the United States, or would you like to see someone like a Don Lemon run for president? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know or like I said before, when it comes down to what he said, that I could do a better job than Trump. I think at this point, because this man is such a damn lunatic and we literally see his brain rotting in real time, that anybody could pretty much be the president. I can have my 8-year-old cousin come out and be the president of the United States and would do a better damn job than this idiot. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I'm glad she's in a good place. Hopefully she's in it. So we're not answering questions. I had to rearrange it. Fuck you. Yeah, you gotta get creative in these comments. Not Don Lemon sigh. Can you imagine FBI Kirby helping Sydney and Gail and Sydney telling Gail, you have no power here, ma'am? And look, the fact of the matter is they've been saying, like, I do feel like y'all need to kind of make it, maybe it would be interesting if you had, like, and I've said this before, that Kirby, who was someone who was a victim of Ghostface, that you pretty much make a story around her going around solving Ghostface killings or whatever, and have her be the central part and going and dealing with each case. Then you have a new group of kids each movie and them having to survive the killer, the mystery, all that stuff. I think that's where we need to go. But I feel like at this point, y'all backed yourselves in such a corner with this Sidney Prescott stuff that it's hard to get around it, because this last movie made so much money and it made $200 million. Now they feel like, oh, we guess we got to do another movie with Nev Campbell as Sidney Prescott. So yeah. Mhm. That's what he said. I mean, I get it that you feel like maybe he's coming from a point of, Democrats and Republicans have pretty much been a disappointment. I mean, the Republican Party that we've known of back in the day, the Bush era, is no longer, because this is something completely different. It's manifested. The Trump Publican era is manifested into something completely different. And then we have Democrats who literally have no spine. They're just sitting around allowing all this shit to happen, and they'll sit and say, well, we don't have the House and we don't have the Senate, we don't have the, but you had certain votes that you could block them from things from going through. But you're over here sending strongly worded letters, and you're trying to make little secret deals, and you're secretly voting on things. Like Cory Booker told me he gonna run for, I said, and who's voting for you? RuPaul's cousin. Nobody's voting for you, because you run around here doing the same shit. You talk out of your mouth, you do a whole filibuster thing for 24 hours, spewing hot air and drinking a bunch of Red Bull. When did you have time to stop to run your mouth to go to the bathroom? Or did you wear one of Trump's diapers? And then you sit up in there and then would secretly vote for certain things. So it's like, no, nobody's taking you out seriously. So you doing this whole running the mouth and saying one thing and doing another, we're on to you. You've been exposed. So we're not voting for you either. Not voting for Cory Booker. We're not voting for sucker ass Smith. I'm not voting for Don Lemon, and that's spelled Dawn Lemon. You said white racists also voted for Obama because his policies would benefit them, but still don't like his ass. Absolutely. And people seem to think about it as like, oh, I'll tolerate them because it'll be for a thing. But if I'm getting what I want out of the deal, I'll put up with them. People don't really understand how people and mind gymnastics and all that shit work. Everybody think that everything's got to be like a straight line or monolithic point of view. But don't forget, Don Lemon saying women in their 50s is past their prime. He was fired because he made an uncomfortable workplace after being demoted. And if he do run for president, somebody gonna bring that up. If you want to come up in here and talk about somebody a snowflake, it would be what damaged your brain. First of all, this whole line makes no sense. I find for the people come up in here trying to read, and y'all can't even write a coherent sentence. At least learn how to get yourself a speaking spell before you try to read me, sir. They said Don Lemon is a queen. Obviously. No, he's a gay man. So you talking about somebody's a queen. I'm sure your ass is probably one too. I would be surprised you got them Brian Noem titties hidden up in your house somewhere. The centrist people hate progressives. Of course they do. Look at Hassan. Oh, yeah, that's another thing, too. The Democrats trying to go after Hassan Piker because he said, I'm probably going to vote independent, which makes a whole lot of sense. A lot of people feel that way because both parties have let people down. The centrist people hate progressives. Look at Hassan Piker being labeled a racist towards Jewish people. And they feel like anytime you call out anything you call out what Israel and stuff is doing, you're anti Semite. How many times have they said that about Zoran Mamdani? And he's been saying the stuff that he's been saying so many times. They're still trying to paint this picture of him. That's why I don't like Sarah Haynes' dumbass over there at The View. And then I was just watching a recent video where they had what was it, that a bunch of CNN reporters went down to the West Bank and they were doing a story, and then we had settlers in there who went and beat up the reporters. Yeah, the media is not talking about that, but I saw that video. And they were recording the whole thing with their phones because that's the new evidence now. You got to record everything because these people try to do shit and get away with it and say, "Oh, I didn't do that." Yes, you did because we filmed it. I don't understand how anyone could vote R. We always get. Mm-hmm. We'll say we get into a fight. The problem is the big corporations and yeah, they're the ones that's the ones pulling the strings and running everything. So it's hard to get around that because we have big corporations, big pharma, all these people, these oligarchs, the people who ain't even born here. Peter Thiel, apartheid Clyde over there running Twitter. Yeah, he y'all may think that he and Trump ain't friends. He's still pulling strings. Don't criticize the youth and shut them out. That's how you lose them because they're not moderates, but more extreme. Yeah, and then you got the other day, I told that dumbass Zionist Bill Maher run up on his channel talking about kids are getting getting misinformed about Israel and stuff from. I'm like, we still on that shit about TikTok with misinformation. Isn't that why the Ellisons bought it so that way they can monitor and police the information that was coming out because they give money to the IDF? I would tell y'all, follow the money. I just love how a lot of people come up in here thinking by using our phrases like gay and zesty and shit that y'all are eating with these reads. I'd rather have Washington D.C. shut down for good, but also don't forget that celebrities has to go. It worked 20 years ago, but because they're available 24/7 on social media, they lost their access to politics. Yeah, I think we need to keep celebrities out of politics too. But then if we're going to actually do that, then both sides need to follow it. It's like Democrats stop trying to get Beyonce and everybody to do little commercials for you, and then you got Trump and them talking that shit, but then y'all get happy when y'all get has-beens like a Nicki Minaj or a Chilli from TLC or even a Nick Cannon and an Amber Hose and all of them come out and they jump on the bandwagon and they sit and say, "Oh, we got our little celebrities." I'm like, you got bottom of the barrel celebrities, people whose careers been on life support for a decade. You're happy you got that, or Josh Duhamel, whose movies go straight to Hulu. That's who y'all are happy about getting a part of your roster because you're actually envious that you can't get a Beyonce to come for y'all. But yeah, but anything, I would just, if I was an artist, I would just put the politics in my art, my music, film, whatever the case is. I'm not out here running behind. Oh, I'm going to give money to this celebrity. Like, I mean, this politician. Nope. I got bigger and better things to put my money towards because I don't trust none of y'all. Like men said, Beyonce bank account is not appealing to me. They abandon the working class. Democrats is for college education and elites, and they hate speaking to people education level. So y'all trying to say Republicans are dumb? He said they're dumbing their intelligence down, which is how Trump won. But he loves poorly educated. He said that. Well, good for him. Exactly. And I got time. People run up in. He said the haters in here have the writing skills of an embryo. Pretty much. I said the dumbest of the dumb slithering up in here. People who aren't millionaires who vote are delusional. Yeah, because they thinking they don't get a piece of that pie. And he said, no, that ain't for y'all. Y'all not invited. You're not getting a piece. They'll never happen. You can't have politics without entertainment and vice versa. That's what I've always said. Politics and entertainment have always gone hand in hand. They've always been intertwined and stuff. That's why I had to laugh when Trump was trying to be out here reading Bruce Springsteen and talk about his looks. I'm like, sir, do you own a mirror? You are not you are there's no, you don't look like. I'm trying to think of who's an actor that's fine of a certain age. Burt Lancaster, Burt Reynolds. I don't know. You are not a prize package. You are not fine as hell. I don't know anybody that would look at Trump and they pussies pucker ever. I think it was like if you're getting a woman, it's because of your status, because of where you come from and your money and this, that, and the other. Nobody was ever looking at Trump and be like, oh, he fine. Let me spread my legs for that. I don't know. And if you are, then you need your eyes checked. I got plenty of eye doctors out here that can get that shit out, and you could be looking at what you really need to be looking at because that is not a prize package. So I don't know how you run around here talking about Bruce Springsteen when, and even if he did have plastic surgery, his face is snatched better than yours ever will. You got a whole chicken neck hanging down, all this extra fat hanging down your neck. You can barely keep your voice sound like it's going. You can't even speak in coherent sentences. Your brain is literally rotting in real time in front of us on social media and in the media, period. So you can't be out here talking about nobody's physical appearance and anything when you literally look like shit. Like you've been hit by an 18-wheeler and run over multiple times. They backed up the 18-wheeler, drove it up, backed it up again, ran it up in the front, backed it up one more time. And then when they was done, they're trying to move forward, they backed it up just a little bit more. So you can't be out here talking about nobody look when the weight, especially when you look a mess. You literally look like at any moment, if you went outside in the sun, your ass will spontaneously combust. Let's not do it. So I just don't get it. But some people live in their own little delusional land of whatever. But anyway, I'm ready to move on from this political stuff because these people be working my root canal. I can't stand stupid ass people. I have a low tolerance for stupidity. I really do. So let's move on. Or maybe we could talk a little more politics, but this got to do with the entertainment industry politics. Let's talk about Ebro because apparently Ebro just woke up this morning and realized that now that he's an independent contractor, that things are going to be a lot harder for him now that he no longer has the machine of mainstream radio behind him. Because if y'all remember, Ebro was at Hot 97 with Ebro in the morning. It was him, Laura Stiles, and Peter Rosenberg. Then I guess because he was getting a little too political for their liking, they decided to kick him to the curb. And then they brought in Miro. I think Miro from Deuces and Miro, remember them from back in the day? Well, Miro is now over there doing a morning show. So they brought him in. Ebro is now confined to he up in the club with us. He over here on YouTube with the rest of us commoners. And now he all upset that a lot of the celebrities that that he was once able to just book with ease over at Hot 97 is not coming over there on his show. So during a recent episode of the Ebro, Laura, and Rosenberg show, the longtime media figure admitted that booking guests has become more challenging since his departure from Hot 97. Now, according to Ebro, the difference in industry response has been noticeable. He said people have been acting different. He said, explaining that he now has to take extra steps to secure interviews, something he didn't have to worry about before. Without the backing of a powerhouse station like Hot 97, Ebro revealed he has had to send out press kits to potential guests, highlighting how much influence major platforms carry in the entertainment space. The shift, he suggested, has exposed how relationships and media can sometimes be tied to visibility and reach rather than personal connection. He also kind of threw shade at YouTube. He's like, oh, now we're over here, we're YouTubers and stuff. And it's like, let's not throw shade at YouTube because here's the thing. I know maybe because you're from a different, he calls himself Old Man Ebro. He's in his 50s. And you grew up in a time where the machine was a lot different, working over there in radio and pulling yourself up in the trenches in that way. I remember you were someone who worked behind the scenes like Andy Cohen before he went and became talent. And there was always accusations of Ebro trying to be, well, he was a gatekeeper. And a lot of people were still saying that a lot of times you was gatekeeping a lot of the music and a lot of the artists that was trying to blow up and this, that, and the other. And he's kind of gone back and forth in regards of explaining that on the show. But I don't think you should be thumbing your nose at us YouTubers because here's the gag. YouTube is the future. And a lot of people know this, including Netflix, because if Netflix didn't notice, then why are they over there trying to compete in the YouTube space with podcasts? And they're failing miserably at it because we've already heard the stories about the Breakfast Club and what they're dealing with over there in the YouTube versus the Netflix space. When now they made their shows exclusively for Netflix. But I did find it funny that I did notice that one of their donkeys of the days, the donkey of the days, actually was posted up on YouTube, and that was the one where they talked about Nick Cannon and all that. Oh, so when it comes to that, that's the only clip y'all gonna put up. But we can't. The only way we're gonna watch the rest of your quite as good. I don't watch their tired ass show. But if I wanted to watch their show, I got to go over to YouTube exclusively, and not YouTube, Netflix exclusively, and watch their show. And me personally, I'm not going to Netflix to watch no damn podcast. I've never gone over there for that. The only reason why I go to Netflix is to watch a movie or a TV show and binge a TV show or watch a movie. I'm not going there to get a podcast. That's not why people go to Netflix. It just feels disingenuous to have that as an attachment to the situation. But what Ebro needs to realize, like, yeah, welcome to being independent. It's like when you have a big machine behind you, you will have access to all the A-list talent and all the things that is at your disposal because of the labels, radio, that whole arrangement that you guys have with that. So it's going to be easy to get the machine, to these people to show up to the situation. But now that you're no longer a cog of the machine, it becomes far more difficult to get access to those major stars unless you're like an Alex Cooper, who she's one of the worst goddamn interviewers out here, by the way. Unless you got millions of followers on social media. And to be honest, what people need to realize, having an A-list celebrity or whatever the case is does not make your show. It doesn't make people want to tune. And like, don't get me wrong, you'll get thousands, tens of thousands of views depending on who it is. But if you're entertaining enough, and this is what I loved about Wendy Williams, she was sort of like, I'm gonna come out here and I'm gonna spew the gossip, I'm gonna talk the things or whatever. And what made her show a huge hit wasn't the celebrity guest who she had trouble booking. People wanted to watch her. People wanted to watch her because she had the personality. And that's what draws people in. If you have a personality and you're entertaining enough, and don't get me wrong, I like Ebro Lauren Rosenberg's show in the morning. Cause that's grown and sexy talk when they be on there. I don't like the ninja nonsense, which is why I don't go over there and I watch The Breakfast Club, because it's like literally dealing with a bunch of idiots trying to sound smart. So I don't go over there and I watch that. I like a lot of the conversations that Ebro, Laura, and Rosenberg are talking about on their show when they're talking about politics and they're talking about entertainment news, which is the rundown or the lowdown and all. So yeah, I'm watching the gurus. So I've been and funny enough, I never watched their show before when they were on Hot 97 because it was just clips. But now that they're part of the YouTube gang, I watch their show a lot more. So I think that they're better for it. I like the fact that, yeah, and they have a studio, so they come together when they can, unless Ebro is traveling for work, which he was the other day, because he has a job with Apple. So if he's traveling, he's doing Apple stuff, and he can't be in the studio, they'll have to go remote at times, and that's an exception. But for the most part, they do come together. They have a studio, they do their show, and to me, that's more entertaining. But if you're in this for like, well, I'm trying to book guests and get more eyes on the channel and this, that, and the other, then I feel like you're in it for the wrong reason. That's the only reason why you're trying to do it. And my thing also is that Ebro would run around here acting like these celebrities are his friends, because he be saying it on the show a lot, where he be talking, "Oh, this is my friend," and I got this. Look, if these people ain't in your phone and you ain't got their number, y'all don't be constantly talking to each other, like texting, calling, whatever the case. If y'all don't have that kind of kiki friendship like that, these people ain't your friends. These are your colleagues. These are people you work with. And you got to realize a lot of people in this industry, they move real funny. That's why I don't necessarily rely too much on celebrity interviews. I'd rather just sit up here and say all the shit I say, and that's entertaining enough. Whereas my personality is enough to get eyes on this show. So I don't feel like you need the A-list celebrity. There's some people that cut themselves to that mess, and then you see the type of product that they give you. It's like a bunch of nothing burgers. You don't really follow up on even if you have pre-written questions, a lot of times certain people don't even follow up on a lot of the questions that they put out there. So, and to me, it just comes across as missed opportunities. So, as I said before, Ebro, welcome to being independent, because this is like you're going to have to work a lot harder to get, you know, the views and a lot of eyes and the big subscribers and all that other stuff in order people to get interested in your stuff. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding what Ebro had to say? That yeah, people are acting different since he left Hot 97. He's having a hard time booking big celebrities on his show for interviews. And I'm sitting there like, okay, well, so what? You're not getting celebrities. Find ways to hook people into your show if you can't get those celebrities. Because if this is the passion that you want to do and you want to jump in the YouTube space where you want to have the freedom to say, excuse me, all the things that you couldn't say because you were part of that old machine at Hot 97, then you have to kind of work on perfecting that instead of worrying about, let's see if we can get a Beyonce or a Cardi B or these other people up on our show because we want the numbers. So let me know what you guys, because I think the last celebrity they had, well, they've had like Jada Kiss, I think they had on there, and Styles P, I think they had. They also had Vic Mensa. They've had a couple of celebrities stop by, but nothing, I guess, at a magnitude of, like I said, like a Cardi or a Beyonce or whatever. And I think that's probably what they're trying to book. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Ebro was very anti-mumble rap when it first. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he was when it first became popular. And no matter how much you don't like or agree with what the new generation is doing, you must always have open ears as a critic radio host. I totally agree with that, and I've been saying that to people all the time. Is that yeah? If you're going to be in this space, and don't get me wrong, as I get older and you go through those moments of feeling like you're aging out of certain groups, but as I always learned from Wendy Williams, the mentor in my head, you got to always keep your ear to the street because it's what keeps you young. So a lot of times when I have Gen Zers such as yourself in the conversations introducing me to like, have you heard this artist? Listen to them, you might like it. I'll take the time to listen to a lot of stuff. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't like a lot of the mumble rap stuff, but me working at Madison Square Garden and getting introduced to a lot of these artists that I necessarily wouldn't listen to, it exposes me to a lot of different things that the current generation is listening to. We only can't just be stuck in our ways of the music that we were accustomed to coming up in the game or our generations of music, because that style of music ain't what it's doing. So when you out here trying to be against a specific type of music, you know, that could be a problem. I don't know why my camera keeps moving. It's this damn wire. Hold on. Glad I'm doing this in between stories. All right. You said celebrities will put you on red saying don't ask these questions. This is what's approved. And that's another thing too. If I can't sit up in here and really answer the questions that the people want to know, and you can't be open enough to answer those questions, I don't want no parts. It's the same thing like when how Alex Cooper have Katy Perry on her show, and she's talking about, and the big elephant in the room is her working with Dr. Puke on that new album, 143, and I can't answer nothing on it. And she gives me this cockamamie ass answer, and you don't follow up. Get off my line. And I think a lot of people was really mad at Alex Cooper because a recent Miley Cyrus interview, they hated all the questions because of the 20th anniversary of Hannah Montana. Talking about that you was a big fan of Hannah Montana, couldn't name not one damn song. That's why I said these bitches be fake. At least do your research. Even if you don't like the artist, fake it. I mean, don't get me wrong, Miley Cyrus was way before my time, but at least I know best of both worlds. Like, come on now. It ultimately backfired on him that he wasn't with the times and literally became a bitter grandpa. That's why they call him Old Man Ebro. Trashing a new generation. He became a relic of his time when he wanted to live in the past. That's why that's gonna hurt you. You gotta constantly evolve with what's going on. That's the only way you'll stay at the top of the game. All right, y'all. So now let's get into this mess. If I had some champagne, I'd pop it right now. But let's talk about Ku Klux Khaleesi because it looked like Blake Lively's little situation. It looked like this case has been thrown out. She ain't gonna win this case. And I said this from the beginning, bitch, you should have settled. But she didn't want to. The ego got the best of her. And now look at you. The judge pretty much just tossed a lot of your sexual harassment suit. So on Thursday, April 2nd, and this wasn't on April Fool's, so this is a fact. A federal judge in the Southern District of New York ruled on Baldoni's bid to end the case before it goes to trial. U.S. District Judge Louis J. Lyman dismissed the majority of Lively's claims, including harassment, defamation, and conspiracy, while allowing a narrower set of allegations, including breach of contract and two retaliation-related claims, to move forward to trial. Judge Lyman wrote that certain claims cannot proceed as a matter of law, including those dependent on Lively being classified as an employee, while others, particularly her retaliation-related allegations, were sufficiently supported to continue. The ruling dismisses some claims, including Lively's Title VII retaliation claim and California Labor Code retaliation claim, as well as certain claims against individual defendants. It allows others, including one retaliation claim against Wayfair and related and related entities to proceed. The case remains on track for trial on May 18th. I just feel like y'all are dragging this out. It's like Jesus. I thought this was the this ain't the trial. The trial's in May. So now, in case y'all need a refresher, in December 2024, Lively, who's 38, filed a lawsuit against Baldoni, who's 42, producer Jamie Heath, Wayfair Studios, its co-founder Steve Sarowitz, publicist Jennifer Abel, and Crisis publicist Melissa Nathan. She alleges Baldoni subjected her to sexual harassment and that he and the other defendants orchestrated a retaliatory smear campaign to destroy her reputation in connection with It Ends With Us. She is seeking more than $160 million in damages. Baldoni has denied the claims. Well, then Baldoni later filed a $400 million countersuit against the Gossip Girl actress, her husband Ryan Reynolds, 49, publicist Leslie Sloan, and Sloan's PR firm, alleging defamation and breach of contract. The case was dismissed by Judge Lyman in June of 2025. So he dismissed the counter suit, and he pretty much dismissed a lot of what Blake was coming forward with. So, ma'am, what you should have did in the beginning was just like, you know what? Let's not have this go to trial. This is ridiculous. Let's just come to an agreement, settle, move on. You're wasting our time. You're wasting taxpayers' time. You're wasting the judge's time. And he looked at all this mess and was like, okay, so all this stuff that you're accusing, there's no evidence of that. This sounds frivolous. We're throwing it out. And everybody knows that Blake has a reputation for being a see you next Tuesday behind the scenes. And what you was doing out here was you was trying to take advantage of this man's. I mean, yes, and I don't know, people have said it before. Well, he's directed other things. Yes, he's directed shows and episodes of what was that? What did he direct a couple of episodes of that show that he was on the CW? I can't remember if he did because I never watched it, but I know he was on it. What was the name? Jane the Virgin, I think was the show that he was on. But anyway, so he's directed a couple of things here and there, but I don't think he's directed something of this magnitude, like a movie based on a Colleen Hoover book. So when you have Blake Lively coming in and trying to take over and control stuff because of who she's married to and her reputation of being very much a busybody and bossy, and she thought that she was going to steamroll over Justin because he's not well known. She may have thought he might have been inexperienced. She was dealing with a lot of things that was going on in her personal life as well, what they were saying, like she had just had a baby and you were trying to balance doing this movie. You had other obligations you were trying to do. And then on top of that, I think what also hurt you was the fact that when you were out promoting this movie, you were promoting your little side gigs. Like you were promoting products that you were endorsing. And people were kind of side on you like, sis, what are you doing? So um I was actually surprised that the judge was going to rule this way. And so they basically said that Lively failed to meet the legal standard required to prove harassment, at one point calling the allegations small potatoes. A whole bunch of little things can add up to a big thing. And I was looking at this too, like, okay, some of the stuff that she was mentioning, I'm like, it's a big deal. Okay, so you were breastfeeding and he walked in on you. Okay, like he's never seen a titty. He has a wife with a bunch of fucking kids. And you felt that that was harassment? So certain little things that you were bringing up, it's not like, oh, now if it was extreme, like he grabbed you by the pussy or whatever, then I could understand if that was something that you said that had happened and then it was brought to the situation. But it looked like you was grasping at straws because you weren't getting your way in a lot of situations and you wanted to just kick up dirt. So Baldoni's attorney, Jonathan Bach, argued that the dispute stemmed from creative disagreements, not unlawful conduct. This is the case about making a movie, one with highly charged romantic and sexual themes, he told the court, noting that an intimacy coordinator was available and that the source material included sexual content. Well, if anybody read the book, y'all know there is sexual stuff in it. But now Lively's attorney, Ursula Hudson, encountered that Baldoni's conduct was consistently inappropriate and crossing boundaries, alleging he introduced sexualized material not in the script, including a birth scene and a dance sequence in which he allegedly nuzzled Lively. Well, a lot of times, here's the thing. Now, if anybody knows this, is that a lot of time when you get source material from a book, a lot of times they're not going to follow the book to a T. So there's certain things that you come up with that, and how do I explain this? That I guess would make it make sense for the big screen versus, because everything that's in a book is not going to work on the page. Although I will say this. Now, I just recently watched that Harry Potter trailer. And literally, as I'm watching the trailer, it literally felt like the book had just came to life. The pages literally came to life on the screen when I was watching the trailer. So I know we out here boycotting J.K. Rowling, but I might have to go off on that and watch that show because that the new Harry Potter series looked good. But um the point of that was context, or if something is not working that's in a book and you want to and you feel like, okay, maybe this scene will work better and stuff in the film or whatever the case is, then you shop those ideas around. You workshop is the word I was looking for. When you workshop those ideas, and if it works, it works. And you ask her if you're willing to do that. If she says okay, then okay. Then if not, then okay. But it seemed like there were ideas that she had that she was trying to steamroll over on him, and he wasn't really feeling it. But so with that all being said, let's get into Rob Shutter. So Rob Shutter went in and he had two stories. So one of the stories he said that Blake is devastated after the loss and said instead of her just walking away with her tail between her legs, the ego is just too big for her to do that. So she said she's not done. So, a judge, as y'all know, dismissed 10 of her 13 claims against Just Baldoni, including her explosive harassment allegations, a devastating blow that insiders say hit hard. They said she's devastated. This is what an insider told Naughty But Nice. This is not the outcome she expected. Behind the scenes, sources say emotions are running high. She's angry. She feels like her story isn't being fully heard. But if anyone thinks she's walking away, think again. Blake is not quitting. She's digging in. So they also said three claims, including retaliation, are still moving forward at trial. And I'm sure there was some tit for tat there between the both of you. And insiders say she's now laser focused on proving what remains. This just became a different fight, narrower but more intense. Her legal team has already signaled the same, insisting the case is far from over and that she's ready to testify. She says she wants her day in court and she's determined to get it. Still, the setback changes everything. The pressure is higher now. She has less room for error and a lot more to prove. Well, look, being that you took a personal, a major hit, now it's personal and you're fighting back and all this other stuff, you go ahead and do that. But my question remains is it all worth it at the end? Because now another story that I had heard from Rob Shutter, and I think it's not just him, because there was wait, was this the story that I had seen? Because there was another one where hold on, because now I gotta look at it. I knew there was more than one damn Blake Lively story that I had. Excuse me. But yeah, there was a story that also came out that said that the industry might be turning their back on her. There's two stories I have with that. So, first things first, there was the one Rob Shutter said Hollywood turns its back on Blake Lively, who's going to hire her now. And they said that this has made people nervous. Studios hate risk, and this feels like a risk because in this business, it's not just about talent, it's about trust. Producers are asking what happens if something goes wrong? Will this turn into another legal situation? And the question alone can change everything. Insiders say there are growing concerns about working dynamics as well, saying filmmaking is collaborative, which is what I was saying earlier. Like you workshop an idea, if something works, then and they're for it or against it, that conversation needs to be had. And he said if people feel like they're walking on eggshells, they'll just hire someone else. And with this whole thing becoming bigger than what it is, I don't know if anybody's going to be willing to sit on set with a Blake Lively knowing her reputation. Oh my God, now if I say the wrong thing, if I come at her a certain way, is she gonna sue me too? Like I think that's probably the the question that a lot of people are going to be asking. So they said selling a movie is half the job. Press, promotion, relationships, it all matters. And right now, the optics aren't great, fair or not. That's the reality. Even her biggest advantage, her partnership with Ryan Reynolds, is being discussed, saying when personal and professional lines blur, it raises eyebrows. Studios like clear structure. But then they also said that everybody's not writing her off, saying Hollywood has a short memory when there's a hit. If she delivers, everything changes. But for now, the mood is cautious. So yeah, they want to see how it all plays out. And I think what it is they'll probably take a risk. I don't know if she's been working on anything since this whole situation, but it's all I think the only thing that time will tell. And the timing which will tell will be when she puts out a movie, and if it is successful at the box office, all is forgiven because that's all Hollywood cares about: box office numbers and success. If it flops, then they're like, okay, she's tainted. People are not feeling her because of the Justin Baldoni stuff, and now we don't fuck with her no more. Now let's go for Timu Blake Lively, which is Micah Monroe, and get her into a couple of those movies, like that remind us of him, which was a Colleen Hoover movie, a Colleen Hoover book that was turned into a movie, which I think did fairly well at the box office. We talked about that the other day. And when you look at Micah Monroe, she definitely gives favor to Blake Lively. So I can see them wanting to work with her more on stuff, and they'd be like, okay, well, we got our new Blake Lively. We don't need this other girl. But yeah, but last but certainly not least, there was a story that I saw at page 6 where a brand specialist by the name of Kaylee Cornelius exclusively spoke with them after the judge tossed the actress's sexual harassment, defamation, and conspiracy claims against Baldoni in the headline-making legal face-off, saying it does look like a challenging path lies ahead for Blake. There's a real risk she could start to feel pushed out of the industry and struggle to secure major roles or brand deals going forward. According to the PR maven, the fast-paced film industry can easily move on from Lively's talents. The film industry is now incredibly fast-moving and competitive, and it often feels like a revolving door. As one star's momentum dips, there's now a whole new wave of new talent ready to take their place. Studios are looking for the best talent to capture broader audiences at a time when the public is more reactive than ever. She explained, with the impact of cancel culture and increased scrutiny, there is less appetite to take on talent who may be seen as controversial or commercially uncertain. That means even legacy names such as Blake are no longer untouchable and guaranteed the security they once had. So it's entirely possible that Blake could face tougher competition for upcoming roles, with studios potentially favoring newer talent. They were also told the latest update in Lively's case against Baldoni is a major turning point for her reputation, saying when claims as significant as sexual harassment, defamation, and conspiracy are dismissed, it inevitably has a lasting impact on public perception. At this level, reputational damage can be very difficult to fully recover from, and it's likely that Blake's public image won't return to what it once was unless there is a major legal breakthrough in her favor further down the line. Now, as for now, Lively should navigate her next move. Cornelia said she should stand her ground. Which pretty much we pointed out that in the Rob Shooter interview, story, that she is going to be standing her ground. She's going to dive deep and 10 toes down and focus on what she's able to move forward with, and that's what she's going to do. And if you have the wherewithal and the ability and the funds or whatever, well, she's got the funds. Who she's married to. Ryan Reynolds with them Deadpool movies. He's like $1 billion grossing actor now. So they've got the funds to put in this. And as a husband, he's going to support his wife, even if he's kind of looking at this shit as being ridiculous. I don't know. I'm not in his head, but you got to stand stand your ground and stand behind your wife and what she's going through. So I'm not going to fault him on that. But they said if she's looking to prove her point and stand firmly behind her allegations, this is arguably a battle she needs to see through to the end. Stepping back is setting too early or settling too early could be perceived by the public as a sign of doubt or even guilt, which would only reinforce the narrative now formed around her. But it's funny you say that, but now I was like, wait, I think she should settle, but which is what they're saying. Because I've been saying, girl, you should have settled from the beginning. A settlement, they said, could become a smart option if her messy court battle continues to further damage her image. Prolonged legal battles keep the story in the headlines and allow scrutiny to build over time, which can be incredibly damaging in itself. If that case becomes more complex or unpredictable, a settlement could be a smart move from a damage limitation perspective, even if it does not fully vindicate her position. I would also give her the chance to step back, reset, and carefully phase a return to the spotlight. Realistically speaking, though, it would be the success or failure of her next major project that determines what the future of her career looks like. Which is literally what I was saying. I was like, yeah, at this point, it's like people are forgiving. The industry's forgiving. People move on. All this other stuff. You know, we all got it's like the way we got our minds are like we got the attention span of a gnat. So it all depends on like, okay, she put out another movie, and if it's a hit, people have moved on. It's not a big deal. Hollywood's like, okay, so now she's safe to work with. They're always about, oh my God, walking on eggshells, worrying about if this is gonna be a hit, if this is not gonna be a hit. And then um if it flops, then it's like, okay, like I said before, Time to move on to the next young upcoming things, and Blake ain't it. So yeah, that's the case. That's the latest on that. The story goes on and on. You know, like the Daily Mail, between the Daily Mail and the New and the Page Six, y'all be writing fucking novels and disguise that shit as a damn um report. It's like we don't need to bring it on now. I think y'all got enough of the gist. I will definitely keep you guys abreast of this story as it develops. And so I want to hear from you. What do you think about the latest development regarding this whole Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni, Lauration situation? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. It ultimately backfired on him that he wasn't with the time. Oh yeah, I read that one right there. You were talking about Ebro in the morning. Said Blake ultimately also did something. She made sure just about Donnie left Hollywood. All he does now is small independent studios. Well, it might be smart to just do small independent stuff because dealing with these mainstream people, they fucking crazy. I think game to film adaptations are the worst since there is no where there is so much source material and lore to extract to the general audience to understand. Books are definitely easier though. Yeah. Um some video games that they've adapted that I thought was relatively good, like the first season of Last of Us. I hated season two. Now looking forward to season three. But there's been some really good video game adaptations. I will say also, um there's some people that's kind of worried about Zach Kreger's upcoming Resident Evil because he's saying that I'm taking Resident Evil as Raccoon City, I'm taking the lore, all that stuff, but you're not going to get the Jill Valentines and all the video game characters. And people are upset over that. I'm like, but we've given you those characters. I'm not even going to count the ones with the Mila Jovovich movies because y'all create a whole new character around her, but then you would bring these other characters in, and they kind of felt like window dressing. Except I did like the way that Jill Valentine was utilized in the second movie. So I'm not going to be too hard on that one. Now, we also had Welcome to Raccoon City. Follow the source material down to a T. I was still upset about it. So I was like, you fans can't be satisfied. So, but I'm not going to go too much on Zach Kreger because Zach Kreger has not let me down so far. You know, he has Barbarian, which I loved. Movie freaked me out, and Weapons, which we're getting the Gladys prequel is moving forward. I didn't bring that up, but yeah, the Gladys prequel is moving forward. They're working on the script. I'm just like, I don't understand why we're getting a Gladys prequel, but if y'all can find a way to make it work for us to watch, even though we already know what her like how she died, I just don't understand a prequel because we already know the outcome of her character. So prequels never really do it for me. But I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt because of Zach Creggan. So far, he has not let me down in regards to the type of films that he's done. I've liked everything he's done so far. So I'm just gonna wait and see. Even though I think the movie comes out this year. We should be getting a trailer soon, I would think, because or a teaser because the movie is coming out in September, I believe, and we're in April. I know it's like 5 months away, but still. I like the age changes in the OG Harry Potter films. It felt more realistic. And you actually like the kids in the new Harry Potter. First of all, the new kid they got that's playing Harry look just like him. I like the kid that's playing Ron. Hermione, I like that she's looking racially ambiguous. I know people was upset about it, but I'm like, if JK is not upset about it, why y'all mad? And then people are upset that Snape is black. I'm like, okay, y'all need to go play in traffic. She was asked to do TV shows and she felt like that's a step back. When people said you're a TV, hello, I was like, bitch, you started in TV. We know you from Gossip Girl, ma'am. So you can't sit up here and try to act, oh, I'm too big for TV. I'm like, man, that's where you came from. Stop it. But everybody runs up their nose in that way. Not everybody is Anna Faris that can do both worlds. Or just and look, we have A-list celebrities that run in and do TV. Nicole Kidman has a TV show on Prime Video net right now. Or Amazon Prime. Her and Jamie Lee Curtis. So y'all so these people sitting here thumbing their nose at TV. I'm like, even your favorite celebrities are doing television. Meanwhile, Leighton Meester is about to star in a rom-com with Jared Padalecki. Blair was always okay. I never liked Serena Van Woodson. But I didn't know until we're doing a thing. Well, he got to do something because they canceled that Walker TV series. And I know he's about to be in the new season of The Boys, which I think that kicks off next week. This week coming up. The 10th, I believe, is when the new season starts. I like the Sonic films and the Mario ones, but they're Universal. No, well, I'm not watching the Mario ones because Chris Pratt's in it. The Sonic films are good, but I really dislike the design for the characters. But I think it's because I prefer animation over live action when it comes to Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I like the animation. I'm not really big on the whole animation and action, like very Who Framed Roger Rabbit, like that whole. No, I'm not big on that. Nick Fury was originally white. Yeah, and that's why I said, did y'all complain when Samuel L. Jackson was made Nick Fury? Because remember, David Hasselhoff played Nick Fury. Yeah, I'm taking it way back. But they made him black in the Marvel films. I had no problems. People just like to complain. And it's kind of like um, if their race has no cultural significance to the character they're playing, who cares what they change? It's like when people say, "Well, Black Panther need to be played by a white man." I'm like, but when you watch Black Panther and you read the comics, his whole embodiment is based on the politics of Wakanda and his lineage and that sort of thing. So there is a reason why he is who he is. And then when you have Spider-Man, we have Miles Morales and we have Peter Parker. So there's different iterations, and comics have always done that, but then people just try to act brand new where they got a problem with different races playing different things or different genders. They've always kind of played in that world in comics where they'll make a popular male superhero female, or they'll make him gay for a couple of issues, or trans in a couple of issues. I mean, I think the first transgender superhero be Mystique, she could change her appearance. Have you watched Eternity, starring Elizabeth Olsen, Miles Teller, and Colin Turner? Didn't they say Colin Turner? Isn't he supposed to be? Allegedly, the rumor is he's supposed to be the new James Bond. I have not seen it. What I'm currently in, and I know I'm a little late with it. I just started watching Paradise with Sterling K. Brown. I just started watching that. I know I'm a little Johnny come later because season 2 just finished. So I just started jumping into I'm like, this show is good. I think I just wanted to binge it. That's why I just got into it. And then the new season of From is about to start. I'm like, I love that. That show is creepy. I don't know if y'all have MGM Plus. Check that out. That's got Harold Perrineau on it from Lost. The issue is if you read the books of how Hermione and Snape was presented and treated, I will have issues with how they will be portrayed if they were black and mixed. It will contribute to negative tropes we trying to push back from, and JK has a track of thinking she's progressive, but she ain't exactly, especially when, with her anti-trans stance on a lot of things, and there's been people out here saying that they believe that Miss Joe is a trans woman. But I don't know, I ain't been in between her legs, so I can't say. Spider-Man trailer was played in the new Mario movie. I guess he erases his existence to save the people. Yeah, that was what happened in the last movie. At the end, he pretty much, I think, who was it? Was it Doctor Strange he made the deal with? Where, I'm trying to remember because it's been so long since I've seen that last Spider-Man movie. I think he made a deal with Doctor Strange. He was like, erase their memories so they won't remember who I am because of the danger that MJ and his best friend were in. And so the new movie kind of follows up on that. It's a continuation. So yeah, that was like that was at the end of the last film. Because I was thinking about this the other day. I was the biggest Marvel fan at a point in time, and then Phase 3 ended. I think that was with everybody. I think everybody liked it up until Phase 3, and then after that, Marvel became a chop. So now they're trying to clean up and hopefully make things better with Spider-Man, the Avengers, not Infinity War, Avengers, Doomsday, and all that stuff. We'll see. I got my mom into the new Matlock, and she loved how they did a meta thing. Matlock is a fake person, and only we know it. Oh, she revealed that in the pilot. Um, it is a good show, though. Matlock is a good show. They fired that guy on there though, because allegedly he assaulted one of his co-stars. And I think he's fighting that in court. You know, the people's gonna get mad, but whatever. Like, your racism is showing. Notice how there are no new TV shows for Marvel. Yeah, there isn't. Although I did hear Wonder Man got greenlit for a season 2, which makes me actually want to watch it. Because I was like, oh wait, and Daredevil just started its season. So technically there is a new TV show for Marvel. Daredevil just started, I think last week, their new season on Disney Plus. Wonder Man just got renewed for a new season. And I didn't watch it because I always be a little skeptical about Marvel TV shows. 9 times out of 10, they're trash, and I don't want to waste time watching it. But everybody who I heard saw it said it's good. So now that I know that we're getting a season 2, I'll actually watch Wonder Man because I like Yahya Mateen the second. It seems Marvel might be just doing movies, or y'all can do shows, but just slow your roll on it. I haven't gotten around to watching Daredevil yet. I need to get around to it. Maybe I'll check it out tonight. But I keep forgetting because I get sidetracked into other stuff. I'd be like, oh, there's a movie I want to catch up on, or this I want to catch up on. The other day I was watching Scream 4. I forgot how good that film was. Even though there was some parts of the film I was like, okay, this is silly. It's a little too campy. Wear your vest, save your chest. Remember that line? I was like, Jill was definitely a convincing killer. Charlie was a waste. I was like, I'm not buying it. It's definitely giving me Ethan Embry. With how y'all were wasted as the killer, I wasn't buying it. But um she was good though. Jill was good. I got The Housemaid, but I'm sad it's not a franchise for Amanda. It seemed it was made for Sydney's. Yeah, because she's definitely gonna be coming back in the sequel. And it was a good movie. I was pleasantly surprised at how much I enjoyed The Housemaid. And Kirsten Dunst is in the next one. So it'll be interesting to see where they go with that. And I heard that Amanda will make a cameo in the next one. We'll see if that happens, but I've heard that. The reason why a franchise flops is because it was never originally supposed to go past the original plot adaptation, Phase 4, Marvel, Stranger Things, Game of Thrones. Yeah, they keep trying to expand on it. Although Night of the Seven Kingdoms is a good show, I'm not really all that excited over House. I was so disappointed with last season's House of the Dragon. Hopefully, they could bring it back with this new season. But I definitely, absolutely fell in love with Night of the Seven Kingdoms. I just thought that show was so good. Would Drag Race be under the category? Yes, because a lot of the spinoffs really ain't carrying it for me. I just think that, especially when they try to do a lot of the challenges, like the snatch games and all other stuff in other countries, it's like your point of reference is going to be foreign to a lot of people who aren't really onto your culture. Like, if I'm not familiar with a lot of your cultural stuff, I'm not going to be as interested in watching a snatch game on characters I'm not really familiar with. I don't know. I guess it's different. Maybe I'm a little biased because in America, um, we have a lot of points of references. Although Snatch Game ain't really carrying them more because these new generation of personalities, y'all ain't it. So Snatch Game really ain't working like it used to. I think they need to come up with a new game or a new way of. I mean, I did like this. I will say I did like the Snatch Game of Love Island. That was cute. So like, find ways to twist it up and make it interesting. If they could do it that way, that might be good. I actually am. I wasn't at first, but I'm like, I'll watch it. And look, they're about to premiere the pilot. I mean, the pilot season 3. If you go to Coachella, you'll actually be able to watch it, which is next week, by the way. Although I was on YouTube yesterday, and I did see like the Coachella channels are popping up, and there's things that's on there. I'm like, wait, did Coachella start already? Then I had to go and Google Schmoogle, and then I was like, no, Coachella is next week. So that's what, the 10th? Which I'm actually looking forward to watching it at home. Well, I'll be working, but if I can catch a couple of the shows or whatever, the live shows, like I definitely want to see Justin Bieber. I definitely want to see Slater. I definitely want to see a couple of the artists that's going to be out there performing, and all of that popping up on YouTube, and I can just watch those performances if I'm able to catch them. So yes, I am looking forward to season 3 of Euphoria. Hopefully it's good. I mean, I stuck it out this long. Might as well keep sticking it out, right? Who child of ghetto? All right, now let's move on and get back into the show. And let's talk about Chilli. So apparently, do we need to cry for her, Argentina? Because there's a report that came out that, of course, y'all know that where Chilli from TLC was exposed as being MAGA. And now word on the curb is that she is not here for the backlash, that this was not something that she wanted her legacy to be, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So now shout out to page 6 for this story. They said TLC's Chilli is being dramatically affected by the backlash to claims that she's part of the MAGA movement. It has recently been revealed that the No Scrubs singer made donations to Donald Trump's re-election campaign and that she retweeted vicious posts about Michelle Obama. She said they were all accidental, which I don't know how you accidentally just continue to give money to people who are against the interests of anybody marginalized, particularly black folks. But you're supposed to be black. But I also think that Chilli is someone who don't like who she is as a woman, let alone a black woman. But now she said they were accidental, but she's not a Trump, and she's not a Trump supporter. You could have fooled me. But the response from fans have been intense, saying she's taking all of this very seriously, and she shouldn't supersede, and it shouldn't supersede her legacy that includes the empowerment of Black women. She's not that person. It sounds a bit contradictory because you can't say that you're about empowering Black women, but you're voting for people who, when we had this conversation on the show, over 30 some odd thousand women, black women, lost their jobs due to DEI and so many other things that was going on. And a lot of the policies that was put in place by the, well, executive orders, we'll call it that, because it's administration. And when people looked up and did the research on who you were following, you're following Newsmax, you're following Tommy Lauren, you're following Donald Trump, and you were donating money. And plus, your bandmate T-Boz exposed you and pretty much said that you are MAGA. She said, well, my bandmate voted for him. Spilled that tea the other day. Well, I don't know how long ago it was. It might have been around the time when he voted, when he became president his second term or his first term. I don't know the timeline. All I know is the audio resurfaced and we played it here on this channel. So, and there were the other YouTubers that did the same thing. And then she also said that she really is a MAGA. She voted for President Obama twice. There's no MAGA community around her. She looks at MAGA as the January 6th insurrectionist. You don't necessarily have to be surrounded by maggots to be MAGA. You also could just be agreeing with a lot of their ideologies. When you are bombarded with things on social media and you're reposting or you're liking, which we post, where I showed y'all evidence the other day of her liking a post that was anti-trans. So you like the anti-trans post about boys becoming girls, whatever case. I can't remember the context of what it was, but it was something that was very much anti-trans. And on top of that, you reposted a story about Michelle Obama being a man. So that's transphobic. So when the evidence is continuously being brought forth in the court of law to the judge, and the judge is looking at the paperwork and the evidence is being presented before them, the judge, jury, and the execution, being we the people, are looking at the evidence. It's like, sis, the math isn't mathing. You're saying one thing and doing another. You can't sit up and say that you're not MAGA, but you're voting on a lot of their stuff. It's not, and MAGA's not just the January 6th stuff. It's a lot more that goes into it. And mix me with the I voted for President Obama twice, because we just talked about that earlier in the show. That a lot of people who, okay, they voted for Obama, some of them were still racist. But as long as you pushing forth and grin and getting me the policies and things that I'm gonna benefit from, oh, I'll tolerate you until the end of your term. So but yeah, but then it also goes into the reposting, the conspiracy theory, and they said social media warriors, influencers, and public figures like D.L. Hughley and Jamela Hill weren't buying it. Some even accused her of backtracking in order to save TLC's upcoming tour with Salt and Pepper and In Vogue, where look, Salt from Salt and Pepper decided to assert herself in the conversation, and And it wasn't, people had to gather her because it's like, ma'am, mind your business. Don't be up here talking about, well, people just be believing whatever, whatever, whatever. It's like, sis, people did the evidence, people looked it up, people looked, and it's easy to go on somebody's profile and look up who they follow and screenshot it and post it for the world to see. It's not that hard. Everybody's page is open to the public, unless I guess you have a way of blocking your stuff and people from seeing it. But we can all look on your pages, your public page, Instagram, whatever, and see who you following. I mean, I don't do it, but there's a lot of people that sit and do it because I don't have time. I'm busy doing other shit. And then you got In Vogue, who's dealing with their own drama. Remember, they kicked out one of the other girls from the group and brought back a former member who they apparently sued because she wanted to use the In Vogue name. So now they brought her back, got rid of Rona, and then you had Dawn Robinson coming out and reading them down to the ground over there. So this whole tour is a mess. That's why I say y'all just need to throw this damn tour away. But it might not because the tickets are selling, unfortunately. So apparently this is not bothering people as much as y'all claim. So I'm wondering, is this the Matrix or is this the real world that people are just putting on airs online, but in reality, y'all's low key buying y'all tickets just so y'all can go live in y'all nostalgic era and go see In Vogue, TLC, and Salt and Pepper. Although the picture I'm looking at right now, they got three of the members of In Vogue. TLC, well, T and C are there. L is, unfortunately, she died years ago. And then you got Salt, Pepper, and Spinderella. So I guess all things is good with them because they was all at the iHeartRadio Awards. And I guess we in good graces with Spin because remember, I'm still mad at y'all the way y'all treated Spinderella like she wasn't part of the group. If she was your DJ and she was just as intricate part of Salt and Pepper, don't do her like that. And they also kept saying that her response seemed to do more harm than good, with internet sleuths unearthing every MAGA associated person she follows, posts, and likes, and donations she's made to organizations associated with Trump's movement. She attempted to explain the donations away, saying that I didn't read the fine print. Well, sis, that's why your ass went bankrupt from that record deal because you ain't read the fine print. You would think from back then you would have came to your good senses and start reading the fine print. At this day, y'all can't just be blindly willy-nilly sending shit. You knew what you was doing. Now that the smoke has become what it is, and now that you're getting repercussions to your actions, you don't know how to deal with it. Now, they're saying her association was based upon conservative values. She doesn't believe in hate. Her message was honest and authentic. Oh, I'm sure it was. She was not feeling well about any of this. Says this. Who is this source? Because this source is quite fuck up. That's what the source need to do. Because the source might be her. Like she pulling a Trump. You up in there calling and pretending to be your publicist or a source to try to ease the situation because he was notorious for doing that. Now, another source told Page Six they believe Chilli's statement to be true, but accused the religious singer of willful ignorance. I'm not shocked she was unaware. Okay, so we're just gonna play her like she a bubbling idiot. No, I'm not buying it. Meanwhile, music insiders are pointing to slow ticket sales for the tour in major markets like New York and buzzing about how the MAGA association could damage the box office receipts. The timing couldn't be worse. Look at what's going on in the world. Even MAGA people are pissed off at MAGA. I mean, it is true. They are jumping ship. They're jumping off the Titanic without the lifeboat. So when people come up in here with their little troll and whatever, it's like, y'all are bots. I'm not buying it. You can kiss my ass. But yeah, a lot of the maggots are jumping ship. They don't want to be a part of the mess. They're like, okay, this is just too much. Now, even though tickets may be selling slowly in New York City, they said there are already over 150,000 tickets sold in 6 markets, including LA. They have sold out. So regardless of how we feel or whatever, it might flop in New York because New York, we built different out here. But in other places, they're saying the tickets are not doing as well. And I'm genuinely curious. My thing is this, and that's why I did find it funny, because it wasn't just Jamela Hill and D.L. Hulu that read her. Claudia Jordan even dragged her by her 55-year-old baby hairs. That was her words, not mine. I did cackle when she said that on her thing. But Claudia Jordan ate her up in the comments too. And then it was this big back bitch that was like, well, at least her baby hairs is real. And I'm like, that's what your Michelle A.T. Alien looking ass got from that? That's all you took from that? That her baby hairs is real? That's the best your big back ass can come up with? The fact that, oh, at least her baby hairs is real. Well, that's probably the thing, that because she thinks she fair skinned. Well, she's not fair skinned, she dark skinned, but she one of those that don't like who she is. With the good hair, Becky with the good hair, except the dark skinned version, she thinks she better than. And Chilli is always kind of giving me that energy, like she act like her nose was up in the air. She act like her shit don't stink. She always came across like she was better than everybody, and that was one of the things I never liked about her. I was always a Left Eye fan before any of them. I like Left Eye. I always liked T-Boz, because T-Boz was very much that girl that'll get up in your face in a minute if you said something slick. And Chilli always gave me like she was just a pretentious, fake, phony bitch. I always got that energy from her, so I never particularly cared for her. But I think because she was the pretty girl, and I'm not saying the other girls was ugly, but because she had this whole aesthetic of like being that cutesy, pretty, whatever, people kind of gave her a pass. But I definitely feel like all of this is because she is backlash, and because people done dug up and found out who she be voting for and where she leans politically and all these things. And because of this tour, she's trying to play cleanup woman. And for the most part, I was reading the comments and people's not buying it, and people saying they're not buying the tickets. But on time will only tell, because people say one thing on social media because they want to go along to get along, but then quiet as kept, secretly they ass be up at that show singing No Scrubs. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Chilli? Do you think that what's going on with the MAGA backlash and finding out who she's been voting for, and funny enough, you're saying all this, but then, and which is these political people are going against Black people, the very people that you lean on to support you music wise, because MAGA ain't out there listening to Creep, Red Light Special, Up Silly Ho. They're not gonna be out there singing them songs. It's Black folks. So you can't be out here trying to throw shade at Black women and Black people and this, that, and the other, and wanting having your hand out for their damn money, but then you voting for a man who would spit on these women if they was on fire. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. T-Ball said one of her group mates, and she clearly wasn't talking. Well, yeah, unless she was going to talk about she bring up from the dead, because look, Lisa Left Eye Lopez was dead long before Trump thought about being the president. So obviously she wasn't talking about her, right? Because my group member voted for him. She wants everyone to believe all the reposts and likes were on accident. Because I'm like, first of all, it's only 4 buttons on Instagram, and it shows you everything. So just stand in your shit. And that's what I say. It's like, vote for who you want to vote for, but just stand on business. Just own it. That's like when Nick Cannon was up in there tap dancing with that dumb bitch, Amber Hose, and then was sitting up there talking about, oh yeah, Trump cleaned the house and whatever, and putting money in like the bottle and doing bottle service club, whatever that stupid shit he said. And then because of the backlash, then he removes the episode. Stand on it. You said what you said. We know where you lean. And people talking about that we need to boycott Nick Cannon from what? Do y'all have any of the music that he's recorded in the past in your Apple Music that y'all keep on rotation? So what are we boycotting him from? He's a bottom of the barrel wannabe um Steve Harvey, literally out here trying to work 8 jobs. He think he the Black Ryan Seacrest, but don't have the range. You got and then who still watches The Masked Singer? Although shout out to Ashley Simpson for winning this season, but and I know that because I've media that thing. I don't watch the show, but I know she won. So um what's the boycott him from? This is different with her because she's a musician. She's still relying on a certain demographic when she goes out to support her music. And that's why I said throw this whole tour away. Salt and Pepper's a problem with their drama. You got, well, for her asserting herself in Chilli business. TLC is a mess because of Chilli. And In Vogue is a mess because of the recent thing with them and Rona Bennett. So y'all might as well just restructure this whole thing, get rid of the whole group, bring new people in. Maybe they need to do Queens of R&B Part 2 and just have SWV and Escape go back out again and then just bring in new girls or something, because I don't know about this tour. It would have been a good idea if all of this mess didn't come out with Chilli, but it's tainted now. supported Obama and black women, yet reposted a fake story of Michelle being a trans woman, knowing full well it plays into racism, colorism, and featureism. But Chilli always been anti. Absolutely, I'm glad, and it's funny. I said that the other day, but you're right. Mess on top of mess. Oh yeah, that dumb bitch did say all lives matter, and we know all lives matter to a point, but all lives ain't getting affected by the and getting shot up by police and like or treated the way George Floyd was, or Trayvon Martin, or so many others that have been mishandled at the hands of reckless ass people with their guns or police in general. So that all lives matter shit, and especially since your dumb ass got a black son and you saying that mess, okay, well when your son get held up hemmed up by the cops and beat up or whatever. But I want to see you have that same all lives matter energy, sis, because we're not coming to your rescue. Chilli is doing the same white females that voted for Trump did for the no damn backbone. They all weak. For they too voted against the interests of women by voting for Trump. So and they all said, "Yeah, we vote for Kamala." And I ain't saying Kamala would have been perfect, or I ain't saying she would have been Mary Poppins, but she would have been way better than what we got now. And said they was all gonna vote for her. Then I saw them numbers. I was like, what the fuck is happening? She lost all 7 key states. So now conservatives' values are calling Michelle Obama a man. She said she not dark skinned. Okay. She not well, the dark skin, light skin, beige, fluorescent beige. Bitch, you black. In the words of Beyonce. He said, if tickets are selling, some might be buying just for the purpose of spewing they disdain when Chilli hits the stage, because people today go through expensive limps. Yeah, can you imagine, like, okay, so when Chilli come out, we're just gonna boo y'all. I'm like, I don't have the time nor the energy. I'm not going to no concert and spending money just to boo somebody. To me, I just think that's dumb if that's the reason why they're doing that. She's definitely beautiful outside. I just don't know about the inside. Yeah, there's a lot of people like that. Just because you cute on the outside, you're not good within. Word on the street is the success of No Scrubs, a solo song, got to her head, and that pissed Lisa off because no other TLC single was a solo track. Lisa says she knew this would happen. Didn't Candy Burris write that song? That's why she apologized. She knows where her money comes from. Absolutely, black folks, particularly black women, but we'll still go and find them a Chilli themselves. Okay, not Amber Hose. Said, what have Democrats done for black people lately? The imports are getting everything free. Are you saying what have Democrats done for black people? I mean, Google is free. You can look it up and find out what they've done. Nick Cannon's only job is milking his sperm. He said when the other community called him out, he went on apology. Oh yeah, exactly. When he went and he said that stuff, then they called him anti-Semitic. He already knew that would be the end of his career because, and I'm gonna say it, and I don't give a good goddamn who runs the entertainment industry. Read between the lines. So, when all that happened, he went on this whole apology tour. But Nick always been kind of slow. But you ain't gonna be out here like Kanye and blaming it, saying you got autism or whatever. No, you just dumb. Perhaps the behind the scenes drama on all 3 groups is why they put all of them together, because there's a great chance not one of those groups could move. I mean, quiet as it's kept, I don't think either one of them, I do agree, by themselves, I don't think TLC, In Vogue, or I was gonna say NSYNC, or Salt and Pepper could move mountains by themselves. And I actually kind of like tours where they could bring like a lot of different nostalgia groups together. If they do stuff like that, those tours are kind of fun. Because remember, LL Cool J at one point was doing that. Like he came out and did a tour and brought a bunch of other people from like back in the day to tour with him. I like those type of multiple tours where you have multiple people on the thing. That's why I liked when I worked the Queens of R&B with SWV and Escape. There was them. They had so many other girl groups. They had 702. They had damn, what was that other girl group that Tiny was a part of? I forget. I mean, not was a part of, but she was managing or whatever. She had them performing. Then Maya was on the tour. It was a bunch of people that was on the tour. So OMG girls. I don't know. It just came to me. He said, imagine being at a dinner table where everyone has potatoes on their plate except you. Then you say, I want potatoes. And everyone looks at you and says, we want potatoes. Okay. I know you probably wish you was a man or whatever your tired ass gender is. Kanye said he got brain damage from the car accident, which made him dislike. Okay. Because I saw he's on tour recently and people buying people buying the tickets. All right. Anyway, let's get back into the show, y'all. We got some homosexual news, if you believe it. Let's talk about Porsha Williams. So apparently she running around here now getting a box eaten by a woman. And wait, was that the next topic? Or was it Kim Zolciak? I don't know. It's stuff out of pocket. I might have I might have messed up the arrangement. It's Kim Zolciak. Hold on, let's do that one again. Take two in action. But I saw there was a comment in here. He said, "I don't get if someone don't like the person they're watching, why do they have to comment hateful comments instead of because they're bored and they need attention? That they just this is something I deal with a lot as the channel starts to grow. You get people that want to jump in the comments and they act like they're using slurs." Is gonna hurt my feelings. Yes, I'm gay. Yes, I suck dick. And yes, I'm open about it. You wish that you could be man enough to live your life and live in your truth, but you got to be a pussy asshole with no picture or no, because I don't know what you look like. You got to jump in my comments and try to read me. And you thinking by saying that is a read. It's not a read. I'm going to cuss your ass out and then I'm going to block you. See, that's the power that I have on this side of the thing is that I'll see your comment. I can curse your ass out and then I can block you so you don't come back. But then, of course, what your loser ass will do is that you'll have to take the time and the energy to create a whole new channel to try to come at me again. Because that's how some of y'all be operating. But I don't get that either, Moo Moo. So that if you don't like people, it's like if I don't like people, I don't waste time or energy jumping in their comments, harassing them or saying derogatory stuff because I want to get a rise, because I'm bored, because my mommy didn't love me and give me enough hugs when I was a kid. So yep, Porsche. Well, you know what? Since we on it, let's get into it. Because I think I did jarble up some of the way that I had the topics. So we'll do Porsche first. All right, y'all. So let's get back into the show and let's talk about Miss Porsha because Miss Ma'am, she be out here playing hopscotch with all these different relationships. It seemed like Cordell, then she's with the African who was married to another woman at the time when they was on the show, and now she out here getting her box eaten by a stud. So and she wants us to believe that this is some real thing. I'm side eyeing it because we know you got a new season of the Housewives of Atlanta coming up. So, yeah, she's now opening up about this relationship that she has with her girlfriend, Patrice Sway McKinney, and why she chose to go public with her. During an interview with People, the Real Housewives of Atlanta star stated she just wanted to live her truth. Now, while teasing season 17 of the Bravo hit, damn, we're in 17 seasons already. The reality star shifted focus to her relationship with girlfriend Sway McKinney, offering rare insight into how their romance developed. Williams, 44, confirmed she followed her instincts when deciding to go public with her relationship late last year. She said, "You just know when you know." This is what she told Us Weekly. "I felt comfortable. I felt led more toward her and our relationship and what we were building." The Bravo celebrity revealed that her connection with McKinney stood out naturally, especially as she explored dating both men and women. Ultimately, she says her bond with Sway felt aligned with intentional, signaling a deeper emotional connection. Williams' openness about her relationship sparks a shift as she embraces a more authentic version of herself following her divorce from Simon Gabadia. As she entered the new season of life, both personally and professionally, she appears grounded in what feels right for her. Though fans will still see moments of tension within the group, Williams' romance is expected to be a major highlight this season, showcasing a softer, more self-assured side of the longtime reality star. So, I'm really curious to see her and her boo on camera. It'll be interesting to see how that works out. Although the way that Portia's been moving for the past couple of seasons on the Housewives, I don't know if I buy it. So I say this at the end of the day, if you like it, I love it. I hope you found love in a hopeless place. But based off your track record, I don't know. I'm still side on it because one of the things I have noticed that I don't like, especially in a lot of these type of situations. I mean, don't get me wrong. I would love to see more black same-sex love played out on TV because apparently people think that being gay is a white man's disease. Whatever. Homosexuality has existed in animals for centuries. And before the Bible became what it was, homosexuality was a thing. So um, it is what it is. So it'll be good to see more black queer representation, but I don't know. I always feel like when it's these long in the tooth type shows, it always feels to me that a lot of times people will go gay for a storyline, and that's what I don't know. It's just I'm a little on the fence in regards to this whole situation. So if this is some real love or whatever, it's cute. Like it's giving Kyle and that other stud that she was messing around with, where she was trying to play straddle the fence. I was like, oh no, we're friends. What is that? But then there were certain things I'm like, no, you playing around with that lady. But y'all, you don't want to be 110% honest when you on this show. So that's why I'm going a little skeptical because I side-eyed Kyle with her mess too. I'm like, girl, just own it. Like, if your man was out cheating throughout your marriage, which the rumor was that Mauricio wasn't being faithful to Kyle throughout their marriage. It just all of a sudden, when he had his little midlife crisis, he decided to part ways with her. And then people always been talking, but you know how Kyle is. And then now with Porsha, because she's been around with so many people, which is why I called her Horsha, because she like how she be moving out in these Atlanta streets, allegedly. Um, Now she's about she found love with a woman. Now I'll be watching with my little microscope or magnifying glass, seeing like if this is a real relationship. But I don't know. Sometimes y'all do be out here playing these games for attention and clout and a storyline, and I'll be paying attention to see if this is a real thing. But I hope you really are into her and not doing it for a storyline. Because one thing I don't like is when y'all be trying to do that whole go gay for a storyline mess. So I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you believe that Portia is into women? I mean, don't get me wrong. We've had a lot of situations where we've been noticing that a lot of women of a certain age are getting more in touch with their same-sex attraction side, where there's a part of that they've buried. And that's definitely, I'm hoping, a curiosity or a story, I mean, a question that will come up in this upcoming season. That is like when Portia out here dating a girl, it's like, have you ever had feelings for women? Have you ever thought about it, but you just didn't want to act on it, whatever the case is? Because look, we have Niecy Nash for an example. Niecy Nash has been married multiple times. She's always been in a relationship with a man. She was always strictly dickly. And then one day, the woman in her life came into her life. The woman she's with now came into her life, and she's been with this person ever since. And she's had this rock solid relationship. So it'll be interesting for them to explore that instead of just focusing so much on the salaciousness of two women being together, rather than and then focus more on, so when did you come to this revelation, and what was it about this person that drew you to her and made y'all want to go out and be a couple? So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. You said more is because they're monitoring spirits and miserable. Okay. That's what I say. I move on. If I don't like what somebody got to say, I mean, don't get me wrong. Now there's certain YouTubers that I'll be watching, and they'll say something. I'm like, you sound dumb as fuck, and I'll say it to the screen, and I'll just scroll on by. But I'm not sitting there like I got to write in the comments that you're a dick, or I need to make little derogatory comments towards you in order for you to feel a certain way. You have a right to say whatever your opinion is, but if it's incorrect, I'm gonna give my intelligent different point of view. I'm not gonna come up in here and just, you know, be an asshole because there's a lot of y'all floating around up here on the internet. I saw that you've been spelled there. You said I might start watching Real Housewives. Oh yeah, that just started because I know Black Dolores is on there. Well, I told you I met her. What was it, like last month? One of the events I was working, she was there. Walked right past her. We looked. I looked at her. She looked at me. We smiled. She like she knew I clocked her. But I wasn't sure if it was her until I told you a bunch of girls came around and was like, and wanted to take pictures. I saw, oh, so that was Black Dolores. Because sometimes, you see people on TV and then you see them in real life, and it's like, you're not sure if it's them. So sometimes, because the other day, I forgot to tell y'all. So when we had that No Kings March, I was on my way to work. And I kid you not, I walked past Patricia Arquette. Didn't even. I was like looking at her mad hard too. I'm like, is that Patricia Arquette? Like literally, we walked past each other. I did not realize how small she is in person. She's short. She came up to like my waist. That's how tiny she is. She had to be about 5'2", 5'3", or whatever the case is. Looked dead at her blonde hair and everything, and like. And funny enough, how I recognize because obviously I know who Patricia Arquette is, but because she was recently in They Will Kill You, and then I was like, literally, she walked past me. I'm like, like I'm staring hard too. I want to tap. I'll be like, "Are you Patricia?" But sometimes I don't want to be rude in that way, so I don't bother people like that. Or you said, I was so drawn to that New England preppy Ivy League upper class lifestyle, and these ladies are fulfilling my fantasy. The other franchises should take notes. I might actually watch that just out of curiosity. As for Porsha, who said that? He said, "Get off the live. Girls really initiate in that way. It shocks clavicular." Did I see a recent interview where somebody asked him what did he think of Woe Vicky's relationship? I'm like, why are you talking about a bunch of like who gives a fuck about that colonizing bitch? Whoa, Vicky. I'm like, and I said to TMZ, I said, it clearly must be a slow news day that this is what y'all talking about. I'm sorry, I don't care who she with. That won't get me to follow or watch at all. Yeah, because the past season's been boring. I don't care. I mean, I might watch that Ultimate Road Trip because Nene and them is going to be on it. I might watch that, but I'm kind of over the whole Housewives. Although I do need to watch Beverly Hills because I heard that Erica Jane read Dorit down to the ground, and I got to watch that episode. It's like now it might be time. I got to get back into the Beverly Hills Housewives. Just don't bring all these random people around your child to you. And you know what? I've been saying that for years. And it's not just same sex. It's any kind of relationship if you are into someone and y'all dating, don't bring these people around your kids like you met them yesterday, and now you bring them around your kid the next day. Give it some time, get to know each other, hang out a bit, and when you feel comfortable that you want to introduce them to your children, because I knew family members that did that, and it causes attachment issues. Like when the relationship don't work out, then your kid is like getting used to get attached to somebody. Then when it doesn't work out anymore, then it's like there's that mourning period. So that's why you got to be careful who you be bringing around. I don't give no F's long as the show is true entertainment. Please don't cosplay gay for TV. Yeah, I don't like the whole cosplaying. Yes, but Niecy not playing. She really loved her wife and been married for a minute. Now, I was just using it as an example in regards of like a similarity, but it's like, yeah, well, Niecy generally loves her wife. Talking about on the subject, don't still insult. Exactly. And that's what people don't know how to do. People really don't know how to have a conversation and comment on the subject at hand. Instead, they got to jump in people's comments and they got to throw insults so they feel like, oh, I got to troll you. And how does that make you feel? Does that make your asshole pucker? Because I hate when the minute someone comes out with a same sex partner, everyone jumps to they're gay. I'm bi. Hello, that is true. Is that we are bisexuals? Erasure. We talk about that a lot on this show. Thursday night, I found out Robert Pattinson and Zendaya were near my job in Union Square for a premiere at Regal Cinema. It's like I see now all of a sudden all the celebrities. Oh yeah, because you do work over there by the Regal. I know there's a lot of people that there's been a lot of celebrities I noticed as of late that was New York. So we definitely been doing a lot of premiere screenings. I remember when I used to work at the AMC in Times Square, we used to do a lot of those. Now they've been going over to Lincoln, which is a much better theater if you ask me. I was so pissed. I tried to convince my manager to close the store early. The customers will understand. Child. um, I wouldn't mind to seeing Zendaya and Robert Pattinson. Well, you got to hurry up and wrap this up because he's about to go shoot the new Batman movie. You got to get ready for that. But he need to put on some weight because I looked at him recently. I'm like, wait a minute, you're too damn skinny. Where's the muscle? Maybe there'll be a lot of padding in the costume. Who knows? We'll see how they're gonna make Batman look in this new one. Or does he necessarily have? Yeah. Does Batman really have to be muscular though? Or maybe he's just like lean and he's got to be flexible and agile and all that stuff. Well, thank you. You said I got a great channel. Glad somebody no, I'm just playing. I was gonna say I'm glad somebody appreciates it. I know a lot of y'all do. Hence the rise in subscriptions, the people that engage with the show and all that other stuff. Just jokes. Yeah, you crazy, Sailor Mermaid, if you really think that they were gonna be out here closing early so you can go see Robert Pattinson and Zendaya. Okay, so now let's move on from one messy housewife to another. And let's talk about Kim Zolciak, because apparently word on the street is she lost custody of her children because remember the other day we talked about, and not funny enough, I didn't cut up the episode, but maybe there was a reason why I didn't cut up the episode and put it up because this one might be juicier. So apparently, Kim Zolciak, remember the other day that Kroy said that Kim didn't what had ran out of the country for 2 weeks. I guess she was filming a reality show, and then she had skipped out on therapy sessions. Well, apparently the judge heard what was said and basically took away her custody rights. And Kroy is basically taking care of them babies until she go through the whole completion of her therapy before she's able to see the kids again. So their four minor children will reside with Biermann from April 3rd until the Real Housewives of Atlanta alum finishes her 4 mandatory parent therapy sessions per court documents obtained by TMZ on Friday. According to the court order, the earliest Zolciak, who's 47, can be reunited with her kids, Kroy Jr., who's 14, Cash 13, and 12-year-old twins Kaya and Cain, is April 13th. The new ruling comes just days after Biermann, who's 40, requested sole custody of the pair's children over his ex's alleged mismanagement of basic parenting responsibilities. Biermann was 40 asked judge to amend their joint custody arrangement, according to court records obtained by TMZ on Monday. The retired football player also claimed the Don't Be Tardy star has been out of the country for weeks, per the outlet. He reportedly insisted that the facts surrounding Zolciak's misguided parenting of the children, lack thereof, and blatant mismanagement of basic parenting responsibilities would be practically unbelievable to anyone not familiar with the circumstances. Well, I need you to spill it now. If you sit up here talking about that she's been mismanaging basic parenting responsibilities and would be unbelievable to anyone not familiar with the circumstances of y'all's situation, then I need examples. He also then accused the reality star of committing fraud and deceit when they agreed upon their current joint custody agreement and alleged that Zolciak only used her parenting time between February 26th and March 29th. And if you out here claiming that you're doing it because you filming for reality TV shows, I'm sure they give you an itinerary when you need to book a flight, go and film, and how long you're actually going to. Hold on a second. We're actually going to be on film. There's literally, as I'm talking to y'all, I know this is crazy. There's like a little bug in here that I'm just going to have to get him. Get him, Jade. I hope I got it. Like, what the hell's that? I think I got it. But anyway, look, it's like, I feel like Wendy Williams when she used to have all them damn flies on her damn show. Now I got little bugs popping up. See, when it start getting warm, then you start noticing a little, and it wasn't a roach. I don't get those. But you get like these weird little bugs and something come from. Anyway, let's get back into the thing. So now, despite the duo signing a temporary custody agreement early last month, Biermann argued that Zolciak wasn't following the terms of their agreed upon therapy, according to TMZ. In a statement to page 6, the Bravo vet slammed her ex's request, telling us, "These accusations are completely false and nothing more than a deliberate attempt by Kroy to defame my character. I spent 5 weeks away working on 2 TV shows to support my family and make sure my children are cared for, something I will never apologize for." Well, that's great. But my thing is this: if this is the case, that you were filming 2 TV shows so that way you could take care of your children? Because clearly Kroy out here ain't working. But couldn't you have presented all that evidence to a judge or whatever the case is, and then you wouldn't have gotten the kids taken away if he was like, yeah. Or you could have asked for permission to go out because, like, okay, I know normally I have to do these therapy sessions, whatever the case is. However, I have to go film because I'm a reality star and I make money. This is my way of making money. So I need to be excused so I can go do these things so I can go and take care of my kids financially. She probably didn't discuss. They probably took it upon herself to just pack her shit, fly off to wherever she was flying off, film the stuff, and not think about the repercussions of what was going to happen. Because you know how these Karens are. Y'all run around thinking that the world is your oyster and you could just do whatever the hell you want and not have to deal with the responsibilities of whatever it is that you got to do. And so the judge humbled your ass, took them kids away from you, took them and had Kroy deal with them, and now you're going to have to follow up on your therapy sessions in order to see your children again. So you're saying he's defaming you. You could have had all this nipped in the bud had you dotted your I's and crossed your T's in the beginning. At least that's what I'm that's how I'm looking at it as an outsider looking in. You gotta always make sure your stuff is taken care of before you're ready to run off onto the next damn thing. And that's what she should have did, and that's not what she did do. So um she continued by saying, I refuse to be bullied or have lies twisted into a narrative about who I am. I will not stay silent. The truth is on my side and it will come to light, no matter how hard anyone tries to bury it. However, Zolciak and Biermann's bitter battle has been playing out for over 2 years, with Biermann previously filing for sole custody of the kids in August 2025. He reportedly accused Zolciak of subjecting their children to emotional and psychological abuse in that filing, and claimed that his ex repeatedly left them alone without proper parental guidance. Zolciak and Biermann first filed for divorce in May of 2023 following 11 years of marriage. Well, these two always been a damn mess. And that's why I'm laughing at this whole situation. It's sad for the kids, but I'm cackling this whole thing because she laughed and thumbed her nose up at the rest of them girls over on Housewives, acting like she was better than, and now look at you. And then at that point, when they did bring your ass back and they called you out on your blatant racism, and you ran up in the bathroom like the Karen you was, crying to Andy, gay ass, about a whole bunch of other shit. And they're all ganging up on me and trying to act like you was too good to film with the rest of them girls because you thought you had yourself a prize package. Some big booty failed football player that you met on some watered down Timu version of Dancing with the Stars, and you thought you was out here balling like you was some A-list celebrity, and now look at you, in debt, broke, living in a mansion that got foreclosed on. But now you ain't there no more. And now you got your kids taken away from you. So how's life working for you? And I don't want to kick nobody while they down, but it was like, girl, you was doing it to other people. And so I don't feel no ways tied about this situation. Now, if you're really about trying to get together with your kids and work the things out, you can figure those things out. But until now, I'm calling cap on this mess. Good luck to you, Kim. That's all I got to say on that. So I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding this mess that's going on between Kim, Kroy, and them babies? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Pattinson looks better now than he did in those. Yeah, he does. Not in Twilight movies. Don't he have a kid with Suki Waterhouse, who also got a kid with Bradley Cooper? I'm like, damn, Suki, you getting around. She got 2 kids with 2 actors. So they like step siblings? Muscular lean build. Yeah, that would work. Because I don't need you to be overly bulky and buff like Ben Affleck. Like, to me, I feel like out of all the Batmans, Ben Affleck was the best Batman. And I know some people gonna find that blasphemous. The problem is the movies were terrible that he was in. But his version of Batman, I liked. The closest that I feel like I'm getting my favorite Batman that I like that's been that's good Batman, good movie would be The Batman with Robert Pattinson. Because I wanted the action of Batman v Superman, that that warehouse scene with Batman, but I want Detective Batman, and that's what we're getting with this new movie. We're getting Detective Batman, which is the Batman I've always wanted to see on the big screen. So Now, if they can match the action of that warehouse scene with this upcoming Batman movie, we can get more of that. Then I'm like, okay, this is the perfect Batman we've gotten on TV or in the theaters. This isn't funny, but I can't help but bust out laughing. I have nothing against Kim, and I think she's so funny, but this has me cheesing because Kim is a mess. And I feel like she likes the fame and everything more than actually the responsibility of being a mother and a wife. In that police video, he mentioned she has gambling. Yeah. Hmm. I believe, yeah, definitely. She definitely has a gambling problem. I think we've seen that play out on the reality shows. He was breaking down saying she gambled away their life savings and all the money they had. That's why they were losing their homes. Yeah, she's got and my thing would have been like, okay, bitch, now I need you to go hit the stroll and make that money back. But Kim has always been somebody who tried to live beyond her means. The big papa thing, and always wanting to have the most expensive designer clothes and all that other stuff. And thinking that was and that just shows a deep sense of insecurity if that's all you focus on. It's like I gotta have all the designer this, and I gotta. It's like, okay, ma'am. She could have set the schedule up differently to comply with the court order common sense. She claims she's so rich. Get your lawyer to set it up. Exactly. That's what she should have did. That's why I said it makes no sense. You should have went. Now this is now that see, and you know what? I'm glad I thought about it because the thing about the whole faking the gay thing for a storyline, Kim Zoe said. Remember when she got with Tracy Young, the DJ? That to me felt like stunts and shows. That's why I'm still a little skeptical of the whole Porsha thing. I'm not saying that you can't be into men and women, that sexuality isn't fluid because it is, but a lot of these people, a lot of y'all be running around here trying to fake shit for a storyline. So that's why I just be side eyeing. Because when you long in the tooth and you ain't got nothing really going on, go gay. They don't want to put no real entertaining gay people on, but we got to have these other long in the tooth celebrities that all of a sudden want to dip their toe in the lady pond for a storyline. And that's what I was saying. Like, you should have had all that set up. If you're going to be going out of town and you can't fulfill certain obligations that were agreed upon in the court, then you should have notified your attorney to be like, okay, we need to let them know I'm going to be out of town. I'm not going to be able to do this. We may have to figure out a way to schedule a Zoom call for a therapy session because you can do that now. You don't even have to be at the therapist's office. You can do Zoom calls. We could have did a Zoom call therapy session and be like, okay, I need this amount of time to be able to do my little therapy session, and then they would have to halt shooting or whatever to work around that. Or you would just be like, well, when I get back, I'll fulfill whatever I need to fulfill. And you could have left the kids with Kroy while you was out of town filming. Because I know you wasn't crazy enough to have them kids in the house by themselves. None of them is old enough to be able to take care of themselves, except the first two kids you have, Brielle and Ariana. They're old enough where they can stay on their own. Now, why is Kim all up on that man like that? That was bad. That was during happier times. He definitely enabled her though, and now he is suffering. Yeah, because at one point, didn't they all kind of like? Didn't he kind of turn his back on his own family because he loved Kim so much? He was so twatmatized. I try to find a word because we got dickmatized when a woman is caught up on the peen. What do you call a man that's caught up in a woman's spell? Twatmatized. Sidebar. Send me to my booties and matage. Did y'all see Todrick put a post of him picture himself butt ass naked up on social media? I considered posting it on my Facebook. I was gonna say Todrick out here showing coochie, and I was gonna spell it Kewchie. Coochie. I was like, I don't know. I might get in trouble. But he posted on Instagram. That's meta. Now go to sleep, wig. I meant to call. I was like, okay, let's talk about wig. Seems the gay storyline always comes up when they say absolutely. I mean, we know there's a lot of gays in the ATL. Yeah, he sure did, and was disrespectful to the ladies of ATL too. Hmm. That's what I said. I don't feel bad about them because y'all kind of did those racial microaggressions on that season when y'all decided to come back, Nene with the roaches and all that other stuff, and y'all were being disrespectful. And I don't feel no ways tired about her. when everybody's in a good place, and of course you had that dumbass Sheree, you know, very much team Kim and just following her around like a lovesick puppy. So what do you expect from Bird Brain? Shit by Sheree. How's that fashion line going? Anyway, let's move on to more skepticism. And let's talk about Britney. So apparently Britney Spears' son, Sean Preston, who we ain't heard from a month of Sundays, because remember, it was always about Britney and Jaden. Them two have kind of been hanging out thick as thieves, playing the piano, hanging out with each other. We've seen the videos, we've seen the pictures of them and stuff. Now Sean Preston, I believe who was the firstborn, has come around. And now I guess he and his mother are in good graces, excuse me, because he decided to change his social media handle to Sean P. Spears, which that's great and all, but it's got me giving a little bit of the side eye. So Britney Spears' eldest son, Sean Preston, made a noticeable change to his Instagram handle. He added her last name while leaving off his father's. Sean, who, if you look at his birth certificate, is Sean Preston Federline. Now he want to put it as some damn Spears. Goes by Sean P. Spears on Instagram, whereas his old handle was simply Sean Preston. The name change comes after Sean, whose dad is Spears' ex-husband, Carter Federline, reunited with his mother on a yacht getaway over the weekend. Sean, 20, posed for photos with his mom and young brother, 19-year-old Jaden James, which Spears posted on her Instagram. And yeah, that's half the picture you see over on the left, because that's Sean and Britney, and then Jaden's on the opposite side. And that's when, child, I know, please don't throw tomatoes at me, but I did say the photo was giving Weekend at Bernie's tease. If you've seen the movie, you know. But it was definitely giving that. I was like, why they hold this lady up like she did? It literally was giving that in the picture. Or was she drunk? Which they did say that she's been in, rehabilitating and all of that stuff. Like she's been working on her sobriety. So I want to give Britney the benefit of the doubt, but I don't know. But now, anyway, so they said, while Jada has been photographed with Spears on numerous occasions, Sean reunion with the pop star was more rare. Page Six confirmed that Spears tried to convince Sean to spend the holidays with her and Jada in California last December, but he declined. Sean chose not to because he wasn't ready to meet her halfway, which led Spears feeling really hurt. This is according to Us Weekly. Sean instead spent the holidays in Louisiana with Lynn Spears, his grandmother, and Jamie Lynn Spears, who, Britney is estranged from, and more loved ones. However, Britney and her eldest son appear to be on good terms as he put his arm around her in the pics from their recent family getaway. Sean is supporting his mother after she was arrested on March 4th. Spears was taken into custody on suspicion of DUI in Ventura, California, and released the following morning. Her arrest records from the Ventura County, arrest records from the Ventura County Sheriff's Office. Following her arrest, a source close to the singer told Page Six that both Jaden and Sean were offering their support. Her sons are with her right now. They love her and want to support her and just want her to feel better. Now, Spears, who's 44, returned to Instagram for the first time since her DUI arrest last Friday, posting videos with Jaden, saying, "Thank you guys for all your support. Spending time with family and friends is such a blessing." This is what the toxic singer wrote. Now, I'm kind of side-eyeing. Child, there's one picture I've seen of Sean Preston wearing sweats. I think that boy packing, but I shouldn't be looking at him like that. Well, I mean, he is over the age of 21, but don't be walking out here in them old sweatpants and your meat is doing what it's doing. But besides that, I really want for Britney to have genuine people in her life that care about her, that genuinely care about her, and are not using her. There have been so many people that have come in and out of her life that have used her so much to the point that who do you trust? Who do you look at and feel like, are you really here because I'm your mother, or is it because I'm Britney Spears, the pop star, with a lot of money and a lot of access? And Jaden, I don't know much about Sean and what his aspirations are, but we know Jaden plays the piano. He might have aspirations to get into music. And Britney has a lot of connections and knows a lot of people who she could introduce her son with that they might want to work, whatever. So I hope that he genuinely is wanting to give his mother a chance. Look, here's another thing too. Britney is raising two Virgos. So I know how Virgos, how we can be. We could be very unforgiving. We could be very skeptical in a lot of situations. And we could be very much harder on people when it comes to do we open ourselves up to wanting to trust someone again. So I don't know if I'm hoping it's genuine. I really hope that they're really trying to make it work for the sake of their mother and they want to be there for her and not using her because Britney could use some genuine people that care about her in her life. She's been through a lot. I have empathy and stuff, but even though we crack jokes on here with her in in the Gerber baby panties and the twirling and all this stuff, and we crack the jokes, but I can be serious when I need to be. So shout out to you, Brittany. Hopefully everything works out between you and your kids and they're genuinely there for you. I do wonder, it kind of makes me feel also a little skeptical, like, wow, all of a sudden on your social media handle, you should just go by Sean Preston. We know who your mother is. Everybody who follows Brittany knows who you are. So I don't get the whole Sean P. Spears thing. It just feels weird unless you had a falling out with your father and you're pissed off at him and you feeling like, oh, I want to show his ass on what, I'm gonna get back at him. I'm gonna get a lick back for what he did to me or whatever personal shit you got going on with your father. So I don't know what that is because traditionally, I don't know if any other cultures, but I know in America, if you're a guy or girl, I guess until you get married, then the woman takes on the husband's last name, but the guy always gets caught with the father's name unless they decide to go before the courts and do a whole name change, whatever. So I'll definitely keep abreast of this story as it develops. But yeah, I'm for the meantime. In the meantime, I'm side eyeing your kids, Brittany. Even though I know you want to believe that your kids are genuinely there for you because you're a woman who genuinely loves your children with all their heart. I just hope that they're there for you because they really love you. So I say all this to say, when you guys think of this story, do you believe that the kids are there for their mother, or the possibility that this is some usation type of situation? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Well, the dad is broke and not up to anything, so they flock to the breadwinner. I'm sure. Yeah, it's like Kevin settled for money. Y'all pretty much saying the same thing. And so that could be what it is that Kevin going out there using his children to go get up under mommy's good graces. She buys him things, give him money, whatever the case is. They take it over to daddy and help him out. Get up off your ass and get a job. Or as Monique and Press said, go down to the welfare, get your ass down to the welfare and do what you got to do. They did. Yeah, that was another thing too. So the kid, and that's why I was wondering because it was like, if you had a falling out or something with your father, I could understand the whole thing of like a lot of the kids deciding because I think Pax did it. Shiloh, I'm not sure. I think she did it too. There's a couple of them that decided to go and be like, you know what? I'm not even going to have Pitt as my last name anymore. And that's kind of sad because it makes me wonder, like, why all of a sudden the kids are not interested in being like, what did you do that your kids want nothing to do with you? Or is it a case of where they brainwashed by Angelina? Because everybody would look at Angelina like she the bad guy because of how she comes across, her energy, her reputation, some of the crazy things she's done in her life. So a lot of people will look at her as like she's the problem. She's the problem versus William Bradley Pitt. But I wouldn't be surprised if Kevin kind of sent them out there to use like they know her weakness in regards to her children, and he's weaponizing kids against her for as long as they've been since she gave birth to them kids. He's known that is her Achilles heel. So he probably is using her. But anyway, let's get back into some more topics. This is a heavy show. Look, I've been off for 2 days, so I got to give you all a lot of celebrity news and gossip. We're about to go into 3 hours of this show, by the way. Okay, so now let's get into our next topic. And let's talk about Brandy. So Brandy's Phases book is out. Let me know if y'all liking it. We did break down a lot of the salacious, juicy highlights. I'm sure there's way more in the book that is going to be coming out. I mean, she did speak, of course, excuse me, on her relationship with Ray J. But she also did a recent interview, I believe, with Parade magazine, and she talked more about her relationship with Ray J. But it wasn't the lollipops and rainbows that she brought up in the book. she said that she gonna love him from a distance. So the singer and actress opened up about where things stand with Ray J in a recent interview, making it clear there's currently some space in the relationship. Well, we kind of noticed that. I mean, Ray J been out here carrying, and we've seen that Brandy kind of just been very. I'm over here doing my thing. Ray J over there being a nuisance, and I'm just minding my business. She said there's distance right now. This is what she told Parade. There are a few things that he's been doing in the public eye that I don't condone, and I just feel like loving him from afar right now is best, excuse me, for me and my peace. The Moesha star didn't go into specifics about what's causing the strain, but it seems like the disconnect is connected to her brother's recent public actions, including Ray J threatening violence against former Bad Boy artists Sean and Mace for mentioning their previous relationship with Brandy, which she did have to get online and get them together for jumping into the situation, and then he ended up apologizing over, asserting himself. But it was just, I looked at it as like a brother defending his sister. Still, she makes sure to clarify that the love is still there. She said, but my life with Ray and my connection with him is all throughout the book, and my love for him never wavers. Well, I did say that. I said she's saying something completely different because she's showing all love to him in the book, but in his interview, she said, oh, yeah, I'm loving him from afar. Brandy and Ray J have always been seen as having a close relationship. Brandy's recent comments reveal a more complicated dynamic. Just last year, Ray opened up about his family dynamic, calling himself the black sheep of the family and insisting they're embarrassed by him. Well, you do a lot of embarrassing shit. But before I get to the rest of the tea, what he had to say, my thing is this. Why don't y'all just say, okay, loving him from afar, okay, you could say all of that, but why not just reel him in? Like, bro, what are you doing? Like, have that conversation. Even me, even though I'm a grown man, my mother still gets me together. I still have people that check me in my family. I mean, yeah, it kind of annoys me. My mother's like, you'll always be my child. I don't care how old you are. And I feel like that should be the same dynamic. It's like, rein them in. Like, what are you doing? Why are you doing all of this ridiculousness? What is the point of you getting on social media and threatening people to S8 him? Because that's what he said about Sean and Mason, all of them, that he was going to S8 him. Well, he said about Mason Cameron. Cameron them teeth and Mace, sound like he was on the back of the bus with the helmet on his head, because he do sound slow when he talks and when he laughs. So sometimes you just gotta pull somebody together, and I think that's all it needs. Like, if you genuinely care about a sibling or somebody in your family and they doing some fuck shit, call them out on it. But I feel like maybe they feel like it's just too much energy to just be trying to get Ray together on his mess, because he's an attention whore, and I think that's where a lot of it comes from. So, during a conversation on the Drop the Low podcast in 2025, the One Wish singer was asked about the state of his relationship with Brandy, to which he responded, I love my sister, but I'm an embarrassment to them. So, and then, well, on the podcast, that's Evelyn Lozada's podcast, by the way. And so Evelyn and her daughter, Shanice, Ray J continued by saying, I never wanted to be accepted. I just feel like I'm an embarrassment. Lozada said that she thinks his family would like the former Love and Hip Hop star to be more clean cut in his actions, but that his unpredictability is what draws in his fans, particularly online. Saying, your family is the only people that can get to you, he said, adding that he doesn't think his family is intelligent enough to know that much of what he does is to serve the algorithm. Oh, Chum, we know this. I've been saying that. You are an algorithm hustler. We know that everything you do is for attention, is for clout, it's for the algorithm, it's for you to go viral and all that other stuff. But what you have to realize is all these little shenanigans you do, you just come across looking like a lame ass clown. He said, I just feel like it's not fair and they're not intelligent enough to know what's going on in the digital world. So shame on them. It's the way of the future. I'll never go broke. Do the dog and pony show. I love being on stage, but with the shit I know and the codes I know, we'll always be safe. I can put 3 codes together and we're good forever. Well, the one thing about Ray J, I will say that he's gotten heavily into tech. So Financially, he is good on that point, but here's the thing: you're talking about people like particularly Brandy. Brandy's bread and butter is off her talent. She ain't got time to be running around here, um, stroking out, giving hand jobs to algorithms. She ain't got time to be doing all of that. That's what you do. You like all the stunt shows and shenanigans because Brandy's always had to rely on her talent to get her where she is, and she's the A-lister. Your career has never gotten to that peak. You were always kind of seen as Brandy's little brother, and you popped up in things here and there, and you put out an album and nobody bought it. So you had to find a way that separated you from what your sister was doing. So yeah, they're from the old school of like image and perception and talent being what you bring to the forefront. You're the different, you come from a different place of algorithm hustling and technology and attention and going viral on the neighborhood talk and the shade room and all these other places. That's where your bread and butter is residing. So I just think both of your heads are in two different places, and that's fine. But let me read what some of the people in the comments were saying, because this was over there at the Jasmine brand that I saw this story also. But in their comments, some of the people said, I don't blame her not one bit, but I can't help but feel this will break Ray J because he loves her so much and looks up to her. The other person said, it's crazy how he stands up for her, but she don't do the same. She does the same. She said that she showed her love for him in the book. And everything with Brandy, unlike Ray J, is not up for public consumption. Another person said, you can still love your siblings, but from a distance. There's nothing wrong with that. Still pray for them. I agree with that because I always said, and then they said that, so that's why Ray didn't show up to the star. Yeah, he wasn't there at the star of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, probably because Brandy didn't want him there. Because you're an embarrassment, whatever the case is. And so that kind of makes me wondering, is your heart really messed up? The blood out the eyes, that little stunt that you pulled. There's so many little stunts and shenanigans that you be pulling, and people just get tired of the BS. So, and I feel the same way. Like I'm somebody when you get to be a person of a certain age, and me, Brandy, and Ray J are within the same age group. Um, Sometimes you have to separate yourselves from your siblings to protect your peace. And I'm at that point. It's like 1%. Y'all know my business, but because I've told y'all I do not get along with my younger brother. He's very problematic and toxic in a lot of things he does. And I feel like in order to protect my peace, I keep my distance. I don't speak to him. He don't speak to me. We keep our situations separate. He does his thing. I do mine because it's like when you try to reason with people and they don't want to reciprocate it, you wash your hands of the situation. It's like you grown. This is the decision you made. This is what you want to do. Then you live it, own it. Vio con Dios. Whatever helps you in life. Good luck. I'm not gonna subject myself to your BS. And in order to protect my peace, I need to just stay over here. You stay over there. We keep our distance and we good. So I totally get where Brandy's coming from with this. But I ask all of you, what do you guys think of this story? Do you think that, I mean, you understanding of the fact that, yeah, Brandy is someone who is like, yeah, I gotta keep my distance from all the shit. I can't with all the drama, the shenanigans, all this mess that he's been doing. I just got to. He's still over there. I stay over there. I mean, we could put up a united front or whatever the case is, and it could have been cute if he would have showed up to the star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame situation. But maybe Brandon didn't want him there because out of fear that he gonna make it all about him. He might try to piss himself in front of the audience just to get attention because Ray don't know how to act right in public. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. What's HY? He said he's a mess, honestly, and keep on embarrassing his sister and family. He just can't seem to grow up. Same acting antics over and over. I don't know. I think they probably try. Yeah, it could be that too. Like I said before, it's like when you try with people and they're not willing to meet you halfway or whatever, then it's like, okay, well, you don't want to grow up, and I'm over here maturing. This is what you want to do. You stay over there, and I stay over here. Like that's just the way it's going to work. Unfortunately, can't help those who don't want to help themselves. he didn't understand having connection either. You can't call everyone out publicly in the industry because you might need them for future projects. hmm She and his mother established his entire career and continued to aid him. They more reserved, not loud and flashy. And yeah, it might shoot. It might have started with the whole Kim Kardashian sex tape. That he was like the sex tape and all those shenanigans. They remember at one point he became a reality star and went on Love and Hip Hop, and then he started trying to do the whole what was that streaming service? He tried to be like Lemmy from Zeus with Dosh. I don't know if that's still around. So he was trying to create his, and then he got the Tronics and all other stuff. So he was trying to create all of his, all these little things on the side. And yeah, I remember hearing that story. She stole so many credit cards. Been hearing that story. Okay, y'all. So now, let's move on to get some reality TV news. And let's talk about Tyra Banks. So, if you saw that, what was it? That docu-series, Reality Check Inside America's Next Top Model. Even once you get past all the stuff where people felt like Tyra didn't take no accountability for any of the stuff that was really going on during the time when she was the host of and the executive producer of that show. A lot of people felt like she didn't really take accountability and all that other stuff. And she did mention after everything, not I guess failing to read the room, that I'm going to we're thinking about reviving America's Next Top Model for a cycle 25. And it was met with mixed feelings. I don't know how people feel about it today, whether they're more yay or nay, but nevertheless, she did speak on it, and she said that they're interested in bringing the show back. Well, now, according to a report from Radar Online, they're saying that if they do bring the show back, they might just kick Tyra to the curb and just revive the show without her. So TV execs are considering a reboot of America's Next Top Model and may be more willing to pick up the reality contest without the diva who built it, Tyra Banks. Networks love the name recognition, one television insider said, but they think the show needs a softer, more modern face to lead it. Bigwigs are eager to reintroduce the series to a younger audience after years of viral backlash over resurfaced clips showing harsh critiques and controversial challenges. The brand still has huge value, another source noted, but internally, their feeling is that the next version should be more empowering and less intimidating. But how are they gonna make that work when the fashion industry really hasn't evolved? Now, Tyra is not interested in being pushed aside, a source said. If they want the show without her, she's perfectly happy to walk away and take her show with her. So, according to the story, they're saying that the show needs a softer, more modern face to lead it. I don't know who that would be because quiet as it's kept, like back in the day when we had the Kristi Turlingtons and the Naomi Campbells and the Claudia Schiffers and the Kate Mosses and the Tyra Banks and the Naomi Campbells. I don't know if I said a name, but if I said it again, oh well. Um or the Imans, these girls had real personalities. I can't think of any of you new generation broads that got the personality these girls had back in the day. So who could y'all pick? The only ones they would probably say is Gigi Hadid. They tried her on a show. It didn't work. That was that horrible ass fashion show with Tan France on Netflix that only lasted 2 seasons. So I can't see her hosting it. Here's the thing, regardless of how you feel about Tyra Banks, I don't think the show would work without her being a part of it. If you're going to do America's Next Top Model and bring the show back, it needs to be with Tyra Banks. But if you're going to bring Tyra Banks back, you got to bring back Mr. and Mrs. J, and you got to bring back Nigel Barker. You can't do a whole show without those core four, even though the core four is feeling the way about each other at this point. So I don't know how this show would work. Now, one of the things I was thinking about, because I did um like, look, she created the show and been of the face of it for 23 cycles. Remember, because one of the cycles she wasn't on there, Rita Ora was, and we see how y'all responded when y'all brought in a new person. Then they had to bring Tyra back. So, if Tyra is omitted from the revival because of all the Gen Z post-COVID backlash from watching past episodes, then I think that maybe what they should do is create a whole new show because um I don't know if you could call it America's Next Top Model, and then have the newer generation, they watch the old episodes because of COVID shutdown. So they decided to put it on, they binged it, and y'all just picked apart everything around surrounding that show. And there was a huge backlash because of a lot of the controversial challenges from there. Yeah, we all knew that it was like crazy to watch, but like I've said many a times, it was the times in which we lived in, and things were different. It was all about, because it was all, it was Survivor and Fear Factor and American Idol, and a lot of that was you had to have the mean judges, the one that would be real shady to you if you performed and really get up on your skin and hurt your feelings, whatever the case was, for ratings. Like, it was a lot of crazy stuff that they put people through for ratings in those days. I'm not condoning it. I'm just saying that was the times. So I did read this other article right after this one when I was talking about it. They're talking about bringing back the Victoria's Secret fashion show. So, and they said they're looking for a new angel. So maybe what y'all need to do, instead of doing America's Next Top Model, why not create a show around the Victoria's Secret fashion show that you're looking for a new model, similar to Dance with the Stars. So Dance with the Stars, I don't know if y'all know, has a new show that's coming out, I think this summer, where it's gonna be like dancing, and they're also gonna be living in a house, Big Brother style, or whatever the case is. And they're basically, what it is that whoever the winner is of this show becomes a new dancer on this neck of the upcoming regular season of Dance with the Stars. So why not do that? Have a bunch of girls try out to be a Victoria's Secret model. We're looking for an angel. You do challenges based on that. Have a bunch of former Victoria's Secret models, a model turn host, whoever that is, I don't know, cook that show up, and then have them go through a series of challenges, and the winner of the show becomes an angel. How about you do that instead of coming aboard and trying to do a revival of America's Next Top Model without Tyra Banks? Because she owns the IP on it. She owns the show. She's an executive producer. So I don't understand how you're gonna make the show and not have the OG of the show come back. It's kind of like when I was saying about, I stopped watching Project Runway when Heidi Klum was no longer part of it. Now that she's back, and I am kind of upset, even though I am kind of upset with who they picked to be the winner of last season. But I thoroughly enjoyed Project Runway, and seeing, you know, Heidi there. I know people was upset that Tim Gunn wasn't there, but I also love Christian Siriano. So I wasn't that upset that Tim Gunn wasn't there, because Christian comes from America's Next Top Model. He's a fashion designer, one of the most famous ones to come out of the show, and successful ones. So it made sense to have him there. And the show worked for the most part. Not who they chose to win, but nevertheless, the show works. And seeing that Heidi was a part of that, that worked for me. Now, in the Guards of America's Next Time, I was like, yeah, I can't see y'all doing it without Tyra. But I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story from Radar Online? I mean, you could take their stories with a grain of salt. It's a little tabloidy. But if this turns out to be true, do you think a show like America's Next Top Model would work without Tyra Banks being a part of it? They tried that in the past, and it clearly did not work. Y'all brought in Rita Snora, and y'all did not receive the show the way that they thought. I think Laura Roach was on that season too. And yeah, the show didn't work, and we all moved on, and then they had to bring Tyra back. So um like I said, if y'all not gonna bring her back, why not just do the idea that I gave y'all about the Victoria's Secret thing? Maybe that'll work. Or just create a whole new fashion show like they did with Naomi Campbell with the face. Remember that show? So yeah, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I think they should leave it alone, and I don't think it would be the same without her either. Right? All we now got now is Instagram models. Exactly. And even Tyra said we opened the door for that, because we were doing America's Next Top Model, then it just opened the door for Instagram models. Because remember, at one point, weren't they doing like online votes? I think that was during the co-ed season, where they had male and female models on there. I completely agree. They got to bring them all back. But the way they not liking each other, that's not going to happen. Well, meaning Tyra and the other three. I know y'all were discussing it earlier, but two songs from Olivia's next album with the long ass title would be co-written with Phoebe Bridgers. Times I'm glad I'm not 17 anymore, because this would have unalived. Oh, ANTM can't work in today's climate. The gimmick isn't working since Gen Z has such a negative perspective of the show. They want authenticity and less. Absolutely, and I agree with that. I just don't think America's Next Top Model will work in this climate. How do you make a show like that work in this day and age? It's like, oh, you can't, like, if you say something mean or whatever, like, it's funny how you get all the trolls on social media, but in real life, they're like, oh, no, that's just too mean. You can't say stuff like that. So people will be feeling away. So I don't know. Yeah, I do. I agree with you. I don't think a show like a type like Top Model would work in today's climate. That's a good idea. Looking for Victoria's Secret models, I would watch that. Yep, they were doing online. But look, I could come up. I'm good at coming up with ideas for reality show. I got quite a few. So I was like, yeah, y'all talking about y'all looking for a new angel? Why not do Victoria's Secret? Anyway, all right, y'all. So now we down to our final four topics. So before we get to our final four topics of the day, if you could please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. And also be sure to smash the notification bell so that you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. We also have memberships. If you want to become a member, you could do that. You'll also send super chats, super stickers if you want to do that. But if you want to save your little coin tada and help out with the channel, and which will put a little more coin tada in my pocket, hit the like and subscribe because it helps with the algorithm and all that good stuff. Please and thank you. Now, without further ado, let's go from reality TV to Broadway. And let's talk about Amber Riley. So y'all know Amber Riley, who played Mercedes over there on Glee, said that she has no interest in coming back to Broadway anytime soon unless the climate changes. So let's get into that story. So shout out to Broadway World that had this tea. So Amber Riley is opening up about her decision not to do theater in New York City, pointing out industry standards that are not sustainable. In a new post on Threads, the Glee alum shares that she will not do Broadway until the culture changes. Responding to a post that New York City theater standards can't be sustainable nor healthy, Riley, probably because it's too damn expensive. Y'all, I don't think y'all pay enough the workers enough money, and the rent is too damn high in New York. Riley offered her opinion on the matter. She elaborated that she no longer that no matter how much training you have, 8 shows a week without proper support or compensation is not sustainable for performers. She said, it's not. That's why when people hassle me about it, I say, when the culture changes, maybe I'll do it. But as of now, asking people to sing at the top of their range 8 shows a week without proper support or compensation, absolutely not. You can have all the training in the world, which I do, and you can still injure. It's not sustainable or healthy. Any ENT doctor will tell you that. And I'm actually going to agree with her because you know what? We had a situation recently. Hello, Megan the Stallion. Megan the Stallion is doing Moulin Rouge, 8 shows a week. Said she was running on fumes, wasn't taking care of herself, felt like she was going to pass out, had to be rushed to the hospital, and then they found out all these issues that was wrong with her. We talked about it in the last episode, and then you were only out for 2 days, came back to work Thursday, which I'm like, sis, you bugging. I would have took the whole weekend off and I would have came back Monday or whatever. Or no, Monday. Monday's a one day a week that Broadway is closed. So I'd have been like, I'd have came back Sunday for the matinee. That's what I would have did, which is no tomorrow. Today's Saturday. I don't know. It's just like the days are blurring. So technically I would have came back tomorrow, which would have been Sunday. She could have did the matinee and the evening show. I forget how many because don't they do like 2 or 3 shows? And trust me, believe I know how grueling the live performance space was because I worked in the circus, and there were days that we would do 1 show or we would do 2 shows. We would do like a morning show for the kids or whatever, and then we would do an evening show. Or on weekends we would do 3 shows. So I understand how that is. And then certain times we would have to work around some of the performances because some of the performers would get sick, some of them would get injured. They would need time out. So you have to rearrange certain performances because of what was going on. So I totally understand that. And this is why I say, like, it might be easier to be a pop star than a Broadway star because at least when you're a pop performer, you could do 2 shows, take a day off, come back, or take 2 days off, and then come back and do a show the next day. Or you can find time to break in between, so you're not overexerting yourself. Even though there are artists out here who still do overexert themselves. But I agree with her on what she said. Now, her comments, I should say, immediately sparked conversation among theater fans and performers, especially given her acclaimed stage history and powerhouse run as Effie White in Dreamgirls on the West End. In 2017, she took home the Laurence Olivier Award for Best Actress in a musical for her performance. Now, what I would have liked to have seen, what she would have done also, is specify what changes she wants to see in Broadway. Because when you go and say it's not sustainable, um, are we referring to the fact that maybe it's the pay? Is it burnout? Is it performer wellness? Is it rehearsal demands? Is it the physical, emotional toll of a live theater schedule? Because yeah, they're doing their own hair and makeup. The rehearsal time is crazy. There's a lot of demand that goes into performing on Broadway, and those Broadway performers, they work their asses off. But um, it is a lot of work. So I do hope that, because of who Amber Riley is, and she's someone who is very much well known and respected amongst the theater community, that her comments will resonate for, beyond circles in the whole Broadway space, and will open up a wider discussion about what performers are expected to endure in live theater spaces. So I would hope that this would open up a Pandora's box of more live theater performers to speak out on this. I'm definitely gonna clip this out and put it up there, because I definitely want to hear from the live theater community, especially me living in New York. I definitely want to hear from the live theater community. And do you guys agree with what Amber said, or what would be the things that you would like to see changed within the Broadway world? Because she's saying it's not sustainable. So I definitely want to hear from you guys, or anybody that loves live performing, because I love live performances, and those people work hard. There's a lot of great shows that I want to see. I want to see Megan in Moulin Rouge. I want to see Rocky Horror, that just popped up with Luke Evans and Michaela J. Rodriguez from Pose. Like, I definitely want to see that on Broadway. There's a couple of plays I want to see. So that's popping out right now. The Lost Boys, they made a musical based on one of my favorite vampire movies. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Meg don't sing. Was she rapping? That's not taxing, to be honest. I think Meg's schedule is a lot, regardless of Broadway. So it was just overall. It could be. I mean, from what I've heard, that she is a lot. She is featured a lot in Moulin Rouge, and not necessarily singing, but I think that they've reworked some things. She even has a medley of her songs that she performs at the end of the show, along with everybody else. So it's like modern day, because a lot of what they're doing is like the Moulin Rouge from, like, with Ewan McGregor and, what's her name, Nicole Kidman. So like using top 40 hits and incorporating it throughout the show. So it's a lot of that's probably a lot of dancing, a lot of moving around. So I don't know at what length, because I haven't seen Moulin Rouge on Broadway, so I don't know at what length that she used throughout the show, but she is the MC. So um I would like to know, like, what the demand is. All right. So wait, did I forget one? Oh wait, no, I didn't. All right, so now let's get back into more hot topics. And let's talk about Melanie Brown, aka Scary Spice, who is getting candid about her thoughts about a Spice Girls documentary. Look, we're supposed to be getting a 30th anniversary of these ladies going on tour. They can't seem to do that. Now they're talking about a documentary, which I didn't know much about. But she said that the only way that a documentary will ever come out about these women, they got to be honest. So, with their 30th anniversary approaching, Spice Girls fans are awaiting the British girl group's triumphant return in some form or another. After teasing plans for the milestone last year, Mel B recently explained that despite all five of the women thinking about coming together for a documentary, it doesn't seem to be in the cards at the moment. Because I think we've all been asked and we're all thinking about it at some point. She told, "Hello." I was trying to say it like Adele, but it had to be done in the right way, and it has to be honest, and not everybody wants to be honest. Well, who's everybody? Need you to pull a sudden track. Name them. Oh, we talking about Willis? Now, last April, Mel B teased a potential reunion in the Instagram post, organizing my picks, and it's all Spice Girls. Baby, it's time to do it all over again. Y'all always say teasing the fans, and the only ones that ended up being screwed is us. It's like, girl, if y'all want to do the tour, do it. But I'm thinking that she's talking about everybody don't want to be honest. Here's the thing, scary. We don't know what your definition of honesty is, because if it's personal stuff, then we don't need things. I guess maybe it's a Pandora's box. Some people don't want open, like that time when you spill that you basically did you go down on her in a theater, and by her I mean what's her name, Jerry Hollowell. Because remember, word on the street was you ate her box, and you admitted that you were the one that put that out there, that you and Jerry had a little flingation situation. So I don't think that was something that Miss Horner wanted out there, especially when she's dealing with her husband and his infidelities, allegedly. So now Melanie C, aka Spoe Spice, also acknowledged the anniversary, saying it's 30 years next year since the release of Wannabe. We have to do something special. This is what she said on on an Australian radio station. Obviously, I can't say too much, but we were talking about things. Hopefully, a nice little world tour. We're not the British say tour. They always say tour. You know who says it like that? Jade. When she cracks me the way she says tour, she always goes tour. But then Jerry Horner, speaking of the devil, also sounded hopeful and said, "My hope is we come back together as a collective. It's more respectful come as one. When two become one, I need some love like I never needed love before. When two become one, yeah." Or she said, "Want to make love to you, baby." That's what she said. Which how do that know? But anyway, I be like the regular older folks where I be messing up the lyrics. But anyway, I would like to see a Spice Girls reunion. Y'all just can't, like many of these other girl groups, y'all just can't seem to get it together with the drama and the egos and all this other stuff in order to put something together. And remember, y'all were like the first girl group out there that had, like, in my opinion, the popular great songs with the personality. I mean, some of us I also could say TLC was given that too. The personality with the good songs and the performances. But we liked y'all for y'all individuality and how creative and stuff y'all were. And I just wish that y'all would be able to get it together. But who knows? If y'all can't put y'all egos aside, we may never get to see this Spice Girls reunion happen. And it would have been great for this to happen because it's the 30th anniversary. But there's always got to be some type of self-saboteur in the group. So anyway, I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Because it's like, even if they manage to work it out, then we also got to try to get Victoria Beckham to want to get up off her ass and want to do a tour. But she's not going to want to do one because she's so caught up in being Miss Fashion Girl and all this stuff, and probably working on trying to get back in the good graces of Brooklyn. But that boy he gone. I don't know if you're ever going to repair your relationship with your firstborn. It's too far gone at this point. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you think that we could possibly have a Spice Girls reunion? And also, um, what does she mean by saying that certain people have to be honest? Who you talking about, Willis? So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I think it's more like the performances cut in half, or charging the shows like 4 shows, one cast, the other half is a different cast. I think Amber is like wanting rest and time off, be a human. Well, it's a lot of work that goes into the performance. I mean, we talk about performances cut in half. But you think like, well, I was gonna say intermission, they have intermissions. But I was thinking like a lot of, if especially if you're in every scene, it's kind of hard, singing and dancing, and it just takes a lot out of you physically. Nobody wants to be a machine anymore, and the industry isn't really wanting to evolve. Hence why they always saying like, uh, I'm laughing at this. I mean, yeah, it's all that damn Botox. She is starting to look a little feline-ish, little Jocelyn Wendelstein. May she rest in peace. But anyway, but yeah, I mean that's why they try to come in. Oh, we're gonna do AI pop star. Ain't nobody going out to see no damn hologram or no AI pop star. Get out of here with that. Mm. Throwing that shade. Don't be throwing no shade. I just want to get paid. There's some of the Spice Girls fans admit that Melanie C created the world tour for Sweat, including a North American leg, to make up for Spice. Well, I mean, she got a new album coming out, and don't get me wrong, I would go see Melanie C in a tour. So if I don't get all of them, at least I go see her. And good, and funny enough, it's the one that actually can sing in the group that's going on tour. Yeah, it is. Her family situation, everything going on with that, and the fact that Nicola Peltz and the whole drama going on with them, and Brooklyn not one. I'm like, it's just a mess, and it's sad. Who child the ghetto? All right, so now let's get into our second to our final topic, or second to last topic. I don't even know how to phrase this anymore. I think once you get to the end of your ropes with the show, it's like, okay, my brain is starting to shut down. We got two more topics. We're gonna get to them though. But let's talk about Perez Hilton. So now Perez is out here on his little apology tour. Wait, hold on. I missed. We got two topics, three more topics. Hold on. Let me take that out because I just realized what I didn't do is make the Ethel Cain thing the what do you call it? The lower third because I was rushing and I was talking to my mother on the phone who was sick. So I had to. So we were having a conversation. I was getting sidetracked by so many things that I didn't have all my stuff together. So I had to create the Ethel Cain story. Now we're good. Okay, so now take two in action again. This show, when you look, y'all gonna see a lot of mess happening in real time. So it is what it is. But anyway, let's talk about Perez Hilton. And apparently, so he almost had a near death experience. So he is currently on his apology tour because of a situation that went down with him and all of this mess regarding him being in the hospital. So now he is apologizing for a lot of his selfish behavior. Because remember, there was a story that we did, or maybe you didn't see that last story, but Kristen Johnson, who is from Third Rock from the Sun, she also had her infamous scene in Sex and the City. I said that after all this other stuff, some celebrities were gonna pop up and say some stuff about him where it was like, hope you get better. But some of the things that you said in the past towards other celebrities, a lot of people have not gotten over that. And so it's in so many ways, I believe, affected him in that way. So now I guess he had heard about it and now he's speaking on it. So he went on his YouTube, I believe, did a 9-minute video and admitted to years of selfish behavior, saying he prioritized views, attention, and money over people's feelings. He described carrying deep shame and regret and has made both public and private amends to dozens of individuals. The apology followed his 21-day hospitalization for sepsis and infections, during which he says God presented himself to him, transforming his outlook on life. So he said, I made a lot of mistakes in my past. We all have. Nobody's perfect. But my mistakes are very public. The internet is forever. Receipts are forever. And I'm saying it a lot fast because the problem with Perez, he'll talk, receipts are forever. I carry with me deep shame and regret. I'm sorry. I will continue to apologize. I have also reached out to make amends. I have apologized publicly and privately to dozens of people. Yeah, that's how you talk. You gotta enunciate every goddamn word. This shit gets on my nerves. That's why sometimes, I mean, I'm like, I don't know if that's how you really talk or you just be doing that because you want to enunciate everything. But sometimes I have to hit the speed button because you could do that on your on the when you're playing certain videos. Just speed it up a little bit, slow it down, hurry up and get through what you got to say because you're taking a little too long to get to the point. He also continued by saying, because I was so selfish, because I didn't care who I hurt, I just cared about the views, the attention, the money. People hated me. Some people enjoyed it, but it felt like most people hated me. And last week, since I've been home, I haven't been getting as much hate, and I've been getting love and prayers. The media personality also expressed confidence that his sins have been forgiven. He said, I've made a lot of mistakes in my past, but I know that God loves me. God has forgiven me. And almost more importantly, I have forgiven myself. Hilton recognized that his approach to online reporting has earned him subpar reputation. He says, I know there are still people out there who want to see me suffer. And yeah, trust and believe, because I've been reading those comments too, and want to see me pay for the mistakes and the bad decisions and the hurt that I've caused in the past. Karma and they're entitled to karma and and then he said karma and they're entitled to that opinion. It is valid. I've earned those thoughts, but I forgive myself. At some time, at the same time, Hilton also defended his line of work. He said, I don't do gossip. I do celebrity journalism, and I have to provide for my family. I have 3 young children and my mother, and I also support, and my sister who works for me. I'm doing my best. And here's the thing. Here's the thing. You did do gossip. In the early stages of your career, when you had PerezHilton.com, which he still does, when he was in the beginning, he was doing gossip. You were doing salaciousness. Yeah, you were doing celebrity journalism, but you also coming up with derogatory names for people. You came up with Firecrotch for Lindsay Lohan. You were drawing cum droppings on people's faces and outing celebrities like Lance Bass and so many others. So, um, we understand like where you came from, and and this also comes from a place of salaciousness with TMZ and Perez and delisted and something. But even myself, when I was back blogging around the same time as Perez, we were all taking like these avenues of we were pretty messy and shady and say all kinds of crazy derogatory shit when we were on the come up and doing in celebrity journalism, if you want to call it that. But as I've gotten older, I have taken a much mature approach. It's like I read the articles, I give my opinion, and if you say something stupid and salacious, yeah, you get the name calling and all the other stuff because I have no sympathy and empathy for you. I'm at a point. I'm not feeling empathy for people who just do dumb shit. I understand if you make a mistake one time, that's great. But if you do it a multitude of times, you do the same thing over and over and expecting a different result, which is the definition of insanity, then you got to be called out. Then you get the name calling, you get the shade, you get the craziness, you get all that stuff. So, but as I said in previous reports on Perez, he has matured. He has changed. He has changed a lot of his ways. Now, does he fall short at times? Of course he does. Who doesn't? We're all human. But he's not as bad as he was back in the day. He still reports the things. He still throws a little shade at me. He's a gay man. By definition, we invented shade. So, um, we have our moments or whatever, but the fact of the matter is he reports the stories and he does it as he needs to. But I feel like people still hold that over him because of who he was and haven't come to the terms that he has changed, that he has matured, that he's not the same person that he once was. And some people just have a hard time wrapping their brain around that. So he also went on to say, he's now doing things differently than before after his medical scare. Say, my heart is filled with gratitude and love and repentance. I'm sorry. I forgive myself. I forgive you. If you want bad things to happen to me, then I send you love. I send you all love. Now, in his previous video announcing his hospitalization, he reflected on his religious transformation because he said once God presented himself to him, now he's like going to go to church and he's going to put his kids in. Uh, what did he say? Catholic school or something or another. I was like, okay, now you're doing the most. Because I understand that maybe God revealed himself to you, and that's great if he did that. But now you're being a little too much. Now you're going to start sounding like these radical crazies that's out here in these damn streets with, all their religious rhetoric. I just hope you don't get too batshit crazy with the religious thing. But if you found Jesus, congratulations. I'm happy for you. So, um, we'll see how far Perez moves on within his own situation if he walks the walk. He has been walking the walk so far. Even before this whole situation happened, he has been putting one step forward to do better for himself and not be that evil, attention-seeking, salacious person that he was back in the day. He has matured a bit. He has reformed. He has changed. But now it's only a matter of time. You got to show that within the work. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Do you think that Perez has changed for the better, or is he saying all this now because you were facing death in the face, the Green Reaper almost snatched your ass up. And because you've been given another lease on life and another change in life, now you're having these type of revelations. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in what your thoughts are in the comments down below. Mm. You said this man heard Britney, Gaga, Christina, Janet, RuPaul's Drag Race. Slut shamed countless women and was just a punk in general. And now at his big age, he wants to apologize to who exactly? Yeah, because you're gonna be atoning for the rest of your life. Dead Not Health and was very disappointed when he played. Oh, you said Dead Not. Oh, you talking about the whole thing about that Britney should have died instead of Heath Ledger? Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that. I was like, wait a minute, hold on, because I just realized my mic came loose. So y'all gonna hear a little noise. So, yeah, the damn thing unscrewed. I was like, my mic better not be coming loose. Let loose, I said, let it loose. And he said, yeah, that was when he said that Britney should have died instead of Heath Ledger. Journalism doesn't include spreading misinformation for the sake of clicks. At least educational journalism isn't. We've all said and done things over the years. Absolutely. It's important to not just apologize, but also change the behavior. Absolutely. And that's another thing too, is that you got to change the behavior. You can't just say, I'm sorry, I did things that I shouldn't have done. You got to show it in your actions at this point. Because now we are going to be looking at you harder than usual. I'll never forget browsing his website at 12 years old, hearing all the latest tea of celebs. I will never forgive the crap he said about Amy Winehouse calling her. Why? See, I shouldn't laugh at not him Amy crack. Oh, that's shady. Speaking of which, I watched that interview with her at what was it? I don't think they ever married. The man that she was in a relationship with that went to jail, and then he said when he gets out, he's going to work on like rekindling their situation. And then she passed away. I think she OD'd. But Mr. Fielder Civil, I can't remember his first name, but yeah, he did a whole interview. I think about a month ago. I gotta watch that. Slater went to Catholic school. Child. Religious psychosis. I hope he just stays spiritual and none of that. Yeah, exactly. That's why I said I follow more spiritual life. That whole conservative Christian bullshit, because they don't even believe in half the stuff that they pretend that they're into. That's why I said I'd rather just follow a spiritual life than this whole religious mess. All right, y'all. So now let's move on to our second to the last topic. This one is actually. And let's talk about Ethel Cain. So the other day, Ethel Cain posted a photo for Trans Day of Visibility and had the children gagging because Miss Thing was showing twig and berries. So for those of you not aware, Ethel Cain is a transgender singer and decided to post a semi-nude photo on social media. And she shot, well, it should come as no surprise that people on social media decided to send hate her way. Now, let's go over to her page and pull up the photo. No, I'm not going to do that. We're not going to get banned over here. But this is the cleanest picture that I can post. It's a carousel, but this is the cleanest photo that I can post. But if you scroll on across, you do see her in a corset, and the bottom half ain't no drawers on, and you see the man's toolbox, or as I like to call it, twig and berries. So people out here gagging because Miss Thing is living her truth. And it's like, I'm a trans girl and I didn't have the bottom surgery. And it's like, yeah, not everybody gets bottom surgery. T.S. Madison still, she calls tits at the top, dick at the bottom. That's what she said. So Kano came out as trans when she was 20, posted a carousel on Instagram of beautifully shot images by photographer Dolly Karn, I think is how you say the name, including two photos of Cain wearing a corset with nothing covering the lower half of her body. The artistic photographs posted the day after Trans Day of Visibility have been given a sensitive content warning by Instagram, but have been left up on social media site which I think is still is great that they're doing it. It's on the site, but they put it's a sensitive content warning, despite showing Cain's genitalia while she stares into the camera. At a time when trans bodies are being policed like never before, the politicians are doing everything in their power to strip trans people of their rights. Meanwhile, but they over there watching the adult cinematography and probably hit getting their backs blown out by trans hookers. It feels refreshingly liberating to show the full breadth of the same kind of trans body the Republican Party is trying to criminalize. The photos are not overtly sexual. Instead, they lean into femininity with a floral bedspread and draped curtains in the background. Other photos in the carousel show Cain in the same corset, but also wearing tight white shorts. While Elon Musk's social media platform Twitter is full of people making crude transphobic comments about Cain's decision to show off her body, the American teenager singer's comment section under the post is filled with people applauding her brave choice. Say, I'm just applying again to say that in today's political climate, this was the most radical middle finger to the system. You could never make me hate her. Mother said transgender day visibility. I'm gonna be visible. Someone else commented. Downright iconic. I hope this doesn't get taken down. She's a real one for this, another person said. However, look, however you feel about Kane's music, or the controversial history, because like we said about her using the N-word and all things, which I've heard that she has apologized for. Um, let's focus on this at hand, which would be the fact that she felt brave enough to post nude photos and giving visibility to to trans identity or trans visibility. I think is a great move on her part. We need to see more trans women out here doing this and men, because we're in a situation where there's so many trans people are being unalived at an alarming rate, you know, unalived as in red rummed or taking their own life. Forgot the certain words you can't say on YouTube without your stuff getting flagged, and then I won't be able to monetize. So there's a lot of those things that come into play. And I applaud her for coming out and making herself visible. So we need more women out. I'm not saying y'all all got to come out here with an erection or do something crazy, but I'm just saying, like, be visible, show yourself. Don't be afraid to expose who you are and show that vulnerability. And if it's in a way of showcasing it through your art, then I think that's even more precious and more beautiful than letting these bigoted idiots just win and get away with the things that they get away with. So shout out to you, sis. Let me see if anybody else said. Okay, so Rose was living. Can you please us at work? Kelsey Dirac, I don't know who that is, said woman. There's somebody said God is a woman. Yes, she is, Ariana. Gonna get her IG taken down. Well, it didn't. That's what Bo Butler said, but it didn't get her IG taken down because they put a sensitive thing on her. And I would rather them do that than take it down. Another person, oh yeah, that was the one I read earlier. The I'm just replying again situation. The I'm gonna be visible thing. I said that. Grimes said this seems futuristic. I guess that's from well, that's Elon Musk baby mama. So anyway, so I want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story in regards to what Ethel Cain did? This is around the time of what they said it was the day after Trans Day of Visibility. So it'd have been cool if she would have actually posted it that day. I feel like it would have made much more of an impact. But it doesn't matter. Regardless of when you post the pictures, it still was impactful to someone out there. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Wait, what are we talking about, Blake? You said, so what if he is a Christian? Well, we're talking about the organized religion, hypocrisy, and all that stuff. My girl Ethel is probably the most notable trans musician in the 2020s. It's definitely the one that used to work with Dr. Puke. Not you reading Kim Petras. And can't release an album that's been finished for nearly a year anymore. She bold AF, real Aries. Oh, is she an Aries? She was also the first openly trans artist to have the top 10 album on the Billboard 200 chart. You can never make me hate her. We know you love you some Ethel Cain. He says some of the best music that has come out in the last decade were from trans women. They have raised the bar to full blown artistry and creative innovation. Yeah, because I definitely love Arca. The other day I was actually listening. I went on a whole Arca binge, and you know when that happened, I think it was because I went to after I worked the FKA Twigs concert. I started getting this whole hyper pop bag, so I started listening to a lot of Arca. Like I went through a whole um what's his name? Kick one, kick two, kick three. I was going through all the eras. So I was listening to a lot of those records and stuff. And I'm forgetting like how complex a lot of the production and a lot of what Arca does. I definitely need to see Arca live. That's the one person I haven't seen perform live yet. So next time it's thinking her ass up out in these streets and do a show, I'm definitely getting a ticket. But and Sophie, I'm so upset that we still lost Sophie. Sophie was definitely on the verge in regards of how creative she was in regards of her production and stuff. I still listen to her album and how influential she was on people like Charlie XCX. I can't remember which one did I actually hold on. So now I can't remember which one. But let me look. My job's still trying to get me to come into work today. It's like, I need a break. They got women's hockey out here. I mean, for today. Wait, hold on. So now I gotta look it up. Which was the album that I was like really into that I was listening to on repeat? Yeah, it was Kick 3. First of all, the production on that album was crazy. I feel like it was more progressive in regards to the reggaeton and all the other stuff that was going up in there. So when you had Bruja, um, Incendio, Fiera, Skull Queen is my favorite, and Rubberneck and Senorita, like I had those two. I was running those into the ground. So I was looking for that. Yeah, Mutant's actually a good one too. That's like what she looked like Tim Curry in Legend. Like the look with the red and the demon horns. I love the album cover. But yeah, Meeting that was a good record too. That's what I was like. And then you realize like, okay, so Arca's trans, and it's like, well, it makes sense. Like this whole gender thing and how your mind works, and it comes up with these creative visuals and colors and sounds, and just the genius behind them coming up with all of that. That just the music and all this stuff. I told her I'm more like I'm production first, lyrics second. So it always is about someone who grew up playing music. It's always about like the sounds and the production, the music and everything for me before everything else. Anyway, let's get to our final topic. And unfortunately, I have some bad news. So, Drag Race Philippines apparently was currently filming, and there is a queen by the name of Misua. I think that's how you say her name, who they said passed away during production. Now, I was confused because I felt like it was conflicting reports. There was some people saying that it was during production, and then there were some people saying that production had not started yet. So, World of Wonder has confirmed the passing of Drag Race Philippines contestant Misua. She was only 27 years old. The beloved queen was set to compete for season 4 of the hit show, but production has halted due to the sudden loss. Now, Jason Elvitai, widely known by their stage name as Misua, passed away in her sleep the morning of April 2nd, as according to the statement on Instagram. Now, season 4 just started filming and the entire cast had not been announced, but tributes to the talented queen have already started flooding social media. So, Drag Fans Philippines posted something said, today we have lost a very talented angel, a drag queen from Cagayan de Oro, Jason Elvey, aka Misua, sadly passed on April 2nd. Our deepest condolences that we had Drag Scene PH, that'd be Philippines, said Misua passed away at 27 through a Facebook post of the family. They announced the passing of the CDO drag queen. Our heartfelt condolences to the bereaved friends and family. So, and then it was Drag Race Philippines on Twitter said the same thing. But let's go over to her Instagram, which we could do. Hold on. Wait, that wasn't what I wanted to do. Fabulous picture though. I'm living for the look. But let's go over to the IG and let's see what some of the people said over in her comments. So, and this is World of Wonders page. So, Kenya Pleaser said prayers to her family. Michelle Basage said sending so much love. Kennedy Davenport said, my condolences. Pangina Hills, who I live for, said, my condolences. Cynthia Lee Fontaine, my deepest condolences, sending prayers and love to her family and close ones. Safira Cristal says, sending so much, she said sending twice, but sending so much love and light to Misua and her family. XOXOXOX. Jules Sparkle sent broken heart emojis. Lexi Love sent some love as well. Hey Rose sent blue heart emojis. Dahlia Sin is in the comments. A friend of mine, David Laugh, we all know, I've mentioned many times on this show, and who works with a lot of the Drag Race queens, said this is very sad. Sending my prayers to everyone. Kev Don't Like You said, please don't edit her out of the episodes. This is her dream, and we need to honor her artistry and love for drag. Kerry Colby sent some love and all that other stuff. But here's my thing, because my thing is this. I'm confused. I don't know. They said they just started filming. So I don't know how far along they are. And if they are, I feel like they need to work this into the show. I know it might be a little sad to kind of be like, okay, y'all doing the most. Like, but I think we need that genuine reaction of production alerting the queens and letting them know that one of the contestants won't be here because they passed away. They said she died in her sleep. So hopefully we'll find out more information as it develops. I don't even know if they've started filming or if they just did maybe 2 or 3 episodes, or maybe they just filmed the first episode. But I do hope that they don't edit her out and they'll keep her in. And I do wonder what they'll do going forward. Does that mean that they're just gonna like? I mean, there's nothing you could do about her whether or not she's going to be a part of the show because she's not alive. But it does make me wonder: are you going to bring in a new queen, or do you just leave it as is and be like, okay, we're just down one girl. We want to celebrate, take a moment to celebrate and mourn her for not being here because she passed. But let's move on with the girls we got, because I do think it might be a little disrespectful to bring in a new queen. That's like if you do if somebody was eliminated or something. Like, oh, we're gonna bring in or disqualified. Oh, we're gonna bring in a new girl. Don't do that. It's just let's just move on with the show. So yeah, condolences to Misua and her family. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? I never heard of this girl. I'm not familiar with her, but you know, anybody that's coming through the whole drag race pipeline, we got to celebrate them on this show because it's one of the most prominent, biggest drag shows in the world. And condolences, and I'm looking forward to seeing this upcoming season of Drag Race Philippines. So, whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. May she rest in perfection. Absolutely. I'm so over season 18 of Drag Race. I watched last night's episode with no emotion and wanting to turn it off. I knew Juicy wasn't going to win, but seeing her get eliminated, no shame, but I felt it. I knew she was going to be eliminated. Funny enough, a friend of mine was at Piranha nightclub last night. Shout out to Christopher, another person with my name, um, Richardson, who's coming here every now and again in the comments. And he took video. Miss Royale Gaga was there. I was waiting for the big reveal because I want to see them titties, but he didn't show that part. I think she was. I think she was performing Ariana Grande, but Juicy reenacted the same performance she did. I think it was totally close. I remember when she had like the thing blown in the background. Yeah, she recreated that performance. I said you did that on the show, but I know that's going to be an iconic moment. That and her performance, super stupid. What is this? Super ugly with Mia Starr. They could definitely take that on the road and make that a thing. Her and Mia just performing around the world in the U.S. And doing that performance, that's just going to be iconic because that was an iconic moment, and that was one of the best lip syncs they did on the show since the one last week between Nene Coco and Jane Doan. But yeah, because of what happened with Good Morning Bitches, I already said that Darlene and Mikey were going to be it. I feel like Mikey's going to win the show. And at first, I was thinking Nene Coco, but she's lost too many times. I was like, Mike, it's definitely Mikey. She's going to win. Um, Darlene Mitchell has definitely evolved the most, but I know a lot of people looking like, why is she still there? Because she's a comedy relief. She's funny. She's silly. And people are living. But I had a feeling they were going to eliminate Juicy in last night's episode. And I don't know. I just felt it. I thought maybe that, funny enough, I thought, are they going to actually do a top 3? I was actually shocked they went with that. That I thought y'all would have kept it like a top 4, but I do think it should be a top 3, meaning like you have your third place, the runner up, and then you have you know your regular girl. So it'll be interesting to see what they do in the finale. But I am looking forward to the Lollapalooza next week. But I do agree that this shit is gonna be a mess. That yeah, I basically just that's how I was screw faced and everything, looking at the last night's episode. I did like the Good Morning Bitches, like I said, with Mikey and Darlene. They were funny. They had me literally laughing out loud at some of the scenes they were doing. That's why I said I would love to see a actual daytime talk show with drag queens. I don't know if it'd be on regular television, do it on YouTube, because that would be cute. If they actually had like a View type of show with drag queens. We talk about pop culture, we talk about all the things that's going on in the world. So that would be a good idea. I wish World of Wonder would get on that and actually put up the money and have a bunch of queens come in and do like a show, and people could watch it that way. So, but yeah, her and but Juicy and Nene, the chemistry between them was just not it. Not as badly as when my heart broke when Georges lost. I'm still not over that chop queen. We're all upset, including Georges. I remember when I talked about this on TikTok. Sometimes I miss TikTok because I was like, when I would get all the other girls you wouldn't expect to jump in the comments. Vanjie would jump in the comments. Georges would jump in the comments because she was living for the fact that I went in on Ginger Minge. So I do miss TikTok in that aspect, but I can't because the Ellisons run that shit now. So who do you think is gonna well, I already answered that. So and that's before I read your comment. So a Miley Cyrus lip sync song, probably Darlene or Mikey, but I'm rooting for I would like Nene to win, but I feel like they're probably gonna look at it as like she lost too many times. They might not give it to her, but then again, if we not they inconsistent with going with track record because if that's the case, Jane Don't shouldn't have been eliminated. All the lip sync songs in next week's Lollapalooza will be by Child. I cannot. Please tell me that is not true. I was like, girl, Ru, you don't have those songs that we want to hear people lip syncing to. Y'all really must be trying to save money. But I believe it. You said this is the recession indicator. Because I told you when I went to their New York season 18 premiere event, it felt very much, and I'm challenging Giga when I say this, was there no budget this time around? It was definitely given that in the place it went to compared to the season before, where I told you it was like the whole Christmas setup and they had all the queens in their own little sections where some of the fans come in after we do all the media press stuff, where they can come in, take pictures with some of the queens and go through all the different rooms and stuff. And it was on one floor, and then we went upstairs where not Juicy Love Dion. It was not Athena. What's the other one? The one that got the BBL. She was there. A bunch of the queens was there. Simone hosted. Candy Muse was there. That's where I met Tsunami. We took a photo and had a little moment. And then I also met Alex Newell. We had a moment. Alex is lovely in person, by the way, and we had a little cute conversation. It was a lot of people, and Kevin Avian's DJ. He didn't DJ this year. They should have had him DJ this year. They had Monet DJ this year. But I definitely think that, and Kevin Aviance was there along with Amanda Lepore. She was off in the corner. But I was going to get my coat, and I seen her and them boobs sitting right there on the couch in VIP. And I was over there getting my coat because I was like, it's cold. I'm tired. The show's over. I'm ready to go. I've been eating and drinking all night. I'm ready to leave. Mind you, a friend of mine was, I shouldn't say it, but she was off giving a little meat popsicle, a bologna wash in the bathroom. And I was being demure and mindful. Good news for non-smokers on 420. The All Stars 11 cast will be revealed on that day. Well, that's good, even though I already know who's on the show, but um, it'll be good. The only thing is that's messed up because I believe the itineraries for All Stars went out for next month for media. A friend of mine is not going to be able to make it because I think he'll be in the process of moving back from Thailand to the U.S., which I was like, child, you shouldn't have left in the first place. But I can't. I don't never want to be someone that pisses on someone's dream. If you're ready to leave and go off, do you? Because I did the same thing when I went and I left. I was just over New York, and I was like, you know what? After I'm gonna just take all that money I saved from the circus because I didn't have to pay rent or none of that other stuff. So I was able to accumulate and save up a lot of money. Took that money and bought a ticket, a flight, one-way flight to LA, and stayed out there for like a year. And then I got homesick, and then I came back. I love the weather. The people were cool out there, but they were also a little wishy-washy. I was like, "Oh, I feel grown. I'm out here like miles and miles away on the other side of the world, or the United States, while all of my family, friends, everybody that I'm close to was out in New York, and I'm over in LA doing my entertainment, living my entertainment fantasy." I met a lot of celebrities, but it was like, I needed that groundedness and authenticness of New York, so I had to come back. I honestly forgot who's in the cast and who makes it into the semifinals. As long as Sam Star gets a good show, yeah. If they want to give me a refresher, they could do that. I remember the queens. I know the queens on the show, but I'm just like, I'm not. I feel a little lazy. I don't want to look it up. But yeah, Sam is on the show. Um, I was like, wait, who else they said was on the? I forgot. But we'll break it down when we cross that bridge. All right, y'all. So anyway, we will cross this bridge because we're at the end of the show. Now I want to thank you all for tuning in to the latest episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. One more time, if you have not already, hit the like button, smash the notification bell, hit the subscribe, all that good stuff. Definitely helps with the algorithm. Thank you all for tuning in. Good, bad, and indifferent. The messy trolls and you regulars, and some of you new ones that I've never kikied with. Thank you all for coming into the comments and leaving a little something something. I definitely appreciate it. I'll be back on Monday with a brand new episode of the show, so definitely be looking out for that. I know I was supposed to give y'all a show a couple of days ago, but I just think like energy wise, I just wasn't in. I just didn't have it in me to do the shows I was needing. So I made it up for y'all today, coming in on the weekend when normally I'm working. But I was like, no, I needed 4 days. Because the way I was working this month, it literally was, well, last month, March Madness, it was a lot, and I was literally in the busiest sections of the garden. So I was like, I need a couple of days. But I'm good now. I'm good, rest and relaxed. And I'm back on it. But I know, like they always tell you, and funny enough, me being in the YouTube space, when I post a lot of stuff and they give you your aesthetics for the month, they always say prioritize your health. They always remind you of that. So I appreciate the fact, pace yourself, don't be overexerting yourself, prioritize your health, physical and mental. So, and y'all need to do that too. If you got a lot going on in your life, prioritize your health, whether it's mental or physical or both. So, love you all for watching. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for your continued support. And until next time, ciao, darlings.